Actually, it does sound like we're all ready and all set. So without further ado, I'm going to take it over to Coder Wilson and everyone else on the run.
All right, and it looks like we are online. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Final Fantasy X being run by a computer. I am Coder Wilson, and to introduce some people, first of all, we have a remote runner remote commentator that's with us.
Hi, I'm Mr. Titan.
And Mr. Titan is the co-author of this. He wrote a significant portion of the run, and as well as the guide for the regular speed run. On my left, we have...
Hi, I'm Moonblaze Wolf. I run this game as a mere mortal, and I'm looking forward to getting humbled today.
All good. So he's going to provide some perspective from the runner side. And on my right is my beautiful wife, Blue, who is here to support me as she has been doing for the past 3 years on this project. So first things first, we need to cut off the TAS incentive so that we can get his name into the system. TAS incentive.
Yep, just refreshing here. Looks like... Yep, okay, we've got the winning name for TAS with $100 is Ah-Ha-Ha. That's Ah-Ha-Ha.
Starting with an A.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and ending with an H and all
yes,
lowercase.
That's correct.
All right. Then with that, we are good to get going. So... here we go. I'm going to start the task, and then it is going to count us down, so I will then speak the countdown so that we are ready to start at the right time. So here we go. The run will start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start the timer.
Let's go.
All right, so I do want to speak just briefly to the category. There's the name coming up right there for you. That was nice and fast. You could keep up with that, couldn't you?
I mean, it was ha, you know.
Yeah, that seems about right. So the category we're running is the any % route with cutscene remover. It is going to be the same as the regular any % route, but the cutscene remover takes it from about a 9-hour run to about a 3-hour run. So that will save some time. We are also running set seed. That is significant because it is the one modification we've made to the game. It allows us to choose the RNG seed that we're starting with, the same as any of the 256 seeds that are possible for a RTA runner to get. But otherwise, this is the same as the base game without any other modifications of significance. The 4 gigabyte patch is the only other thing. So let's then really quick talk about what you're seeing on the screen. I've got it on my right, so the camera, I love you, but I'm going to look to the right for a second. So you've got the game on the top right. To the left side, what you're seeing looks like an Xbox controller. That does not represent a physical controller. What that represents is in memory, we are changing values from 1s to 0s or fractions of 1s to indicate if a button would be pressed by a physical controller. That same kind of an interface where it's like, you know, you're tapping the A button, and that's more just the visual representation of what the game is doing in real time. Below that, you have the task console, which is the task itself is making decisions behind the scenes. The console is just spitting out some useful information. Most of it was around testing, and you'll see there it says battle menu cursor is something. That was so that we could see what we were doing there, and so that kind of gives us the context of, well, why isn't my code working, and then go figure it out and fix it. But we did put some things in there that are a little more visually appealing. You can see we talk about the RNG seed right there on the screen. So some of those things will be useful to watch. So keep an eye on that as we go, and we'll maybe it'll show you something of interest to you. And yeah, that's what we want to say about that.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things with us having a virtual controller is that we can actuate it a lot faster than any person can normally do so. Final Fantasy X runs at 30 frames a second, and we can press down a button in 1 frame, press it up in another frame. So every single button press is 2 frames of an action, which is faster than humans can do without the use of a turbo controller. And also because we have sort of perfect control over the controller. That was using control a lot there. But since we have perfect control over it, we can do menus and actions way faster than a human actually can, because we don't have to wait for any visual indication or anything like that. We just, as soon as we have this thing pressed and ready to go, when we see that the game has updated, we can just continue on. The interesting thing with how we're interfacing with the game is we do have the virtual controller, but we're not reading the screen, although Wilson can talk a bit more about previous versions where we were doing that. The way that we as people tend to play video games and all this sort of stuff is we get, visual or audio feedback from whatever actions we do. The game updates, it has something that then translates to the visual and audio cues, and then it returns it back to us. But the computer can't really see in that aspect. But what we can do is we can just look at the memory values. Each of the memory values corresponds to something happening on screen. So if the memory is set to different values, then we can know what's going on. And that's effectively what the TAS is doing the entire time. Looking at different memory values, seeing how they change, using that to construct a state, and then figuring out how to, what action needs to be taken with that state.
Right. So
and you can do this.
Do you need to do an attack command, or would it make more sense to steal or escape? All of these can be decisions that are being made as the game is going. Go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, and other than that, the TAS is basically playing the game as a human would do so, only a lot faster, more or less. There are some things that we'll be discussing later that is easier to do because we are a TAS, but it's stuff that humans can do as well. It's just easier because, how fast is your CPU? At this point, we're mostly limited by the speed of the game itself, rather than the speed of whatever we're controlling it with.
Yeah, we'll bring that up a few more times too. So just real quick, in case you're not familiar with the story, we've got the star player of the Xanarkand Apes being yeeted out of Xanarkand and into these ruins, and we're not sure, so we're going to go into kind of survival mode here for a little bit here. Yeah, go ahead.
And just to talk a little bit about the cutscene remover specifically, because I know you kind of introduced that and talked about the overall effect on the run, but from a runner's perspective, the cutscene remover is probably the greatest practice tool that has ever been, created for this game, because it allows you to actually do
menu,
all of the things that you would normally do in the regular any % run without having to do the 5.5 or so hours of mashing through dialogue or skipping cutscenes or waiting through cutscenes. Every input, for the most part, 99.9% of the inputs that you would do as a human runner, you would still do those during a cutscene remover as a human runner, and then obviously the TAS is doing the same thing here as well. So
yeah. All right. So, by the way, what do you think about that Orion Overdrive?
I mean, that's pretty fast. I don't know. I'm kidding. It's ridiculous. Here's the so the thing about, they were talking about the 30 FPS, and we can use turbo when we're speedrunning this game as human beings. So certain segments don't strike me as so much faster, other than stuff like that, and a lot of the directionals, because usually we'll just bind a turbo A button to kind of get through the confirm. Yeah. You won't have turbo on every button on your controller, so seeing some of that is also just pretty remarkable.
Yeah. All right, let's see what we do.
Yeah, we were able to really see that with the very first menu that we did there, where it's just we went into the menu, immediately went to settings, and immediately exited out, and the whole thing took maybe a second or two.
Yep.
Yeah. So we're going to be in survival mode here for about 30 seconds, so I want to see if there's anything going on over on the on my left.
Absolutely. We've got a couple of more donations in here. Rujasu donates $25. This Skip's showcase of Final Fantasy X sounds pretty darn interesting. Let's make it happen and keep supporting Nami. I agree. Misa Beardy donates $100. Better beat Blitzball this time. # Blitzball Haters Club.
Thank you, Misa. He has tormented me a few times on that.
It is reassuring to know that even the TAS can't figure Blitzball out.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my god.
All right, so this is actually an interesting fight here because it's going to represent the first time we're going to be looking at the RNG array, which we'll talk about a little bit more, and making decisions based on that. Now, the first time that you try to steal in any battle or against any single enemy, it has a 100% steal chance. Beyond that, it goes down in steal chance exponentially, and there's 2 steals there, and so we can actually look at what the RNG is saying that it's going to be. There's 3 steals. And as it goes down, we can actually still determine if the next steal will succeed or even the steal after that will succeed, and then make a decision when we stop stealing there based on what is going to be the fastest and most efficient while we're trying to get up a couple of stolen items coming up to the boss that follows it. So this is the first instance that we'll see RNG, and we're going to talk about RNG manipulation a lot more through the run.
Yeah, so now is probably a good time to talk about the basics of the RNG. So as Wilson mentioned earlier, we are doing a set seed. It is something that we, as human runners, can manipulate, but for the sake of speed and ease, we've decided to just ignore the manipulation and directly modify what the seed value is. The way the Final Fantasy X works is there's a ton of different RNG values that are all located in an array, and they're set when you create a new game. And whatever value they're set to is determined by that initial seed. Each of the RNG values affects a different aspect of the game. Essentially, whenever there needs to be a number calculated, it will use an RNG. Some of the ones that we're going to be discussing a lot is going to be RNG 10, which determines drop chance and steals.
Steal chance.
Determines drop chances and steals, and it increments like 1 whenever you do a steal and 3 times when another character dies. There's also like RNG 11, which determines if something is a rare or not. There's a different RNG vector for each character, and it determines whether or not they're going to crit and things like that. And there's a tool primarily written by Gray Fox, but has been worked on by a lot of people that we'll mention later, that if you give it your initial damage values, can calculate the seed and then tell you basically whatever actions you do, these are the effects that it's going to have over the course of the run. As you know, there is the tool that humans can use. We've also programmed this knowledge into the TAS. So there's going to be a lot of instances like with the click steals where we're looking at the upcoming values, or we're looking at how something is going to have an effect many areas and battles down the line, and see like, okay, if we do this, how's that going to affect the RNGs? How is it going to be a favorable outcome? Is it not going to be a favorable outcome? Do we want to maybe take a different decision because of that? This isn't showcasing like the full power of it. We have the RNG manipulation kind of limited to specific sections, but it's something that like can be worked on and can be improved so that we kind of figure it out for the entirety of the run.
I think we would need
and
about...
like the last hour or so, it's going to be the biggest manipulation that you'll see.
I think if we were to fully unlock the potential of what's possible as far as looking ahead in randomness and looking ahead at the events that are coming up, it would take probably another 1.5 years of just working on nothing but this game just to take it to that next level of everything will be completely optimized for the entire run, regardless of which seed shows up. So there's still a lot of potential for the future of this project just within this game. All right, got about probably a minute before I want to start mentioning the next thing.
Sure. $50 donation from Anne, a comment that reads, Final Fantasy X holds such a special place in my heart. I'm excited to see how this TAS run works. It's also great to be supporting such a good cause. As someone who has struggled with mental health for a long time, I know how important it is to get help when you need it. Donation goes to the Skip Showcase. Let's see more FF10.
Totally. Keep going.
$100 from Glacier that says, I broke it here. Thanks for letting me help with the project. I can't wait to see the showcase.
Glacier's the QA guy and has broken this TAS in so many ways.
Nice.
It's honestly really impressive how he's managed to break it.
Yeah. Well, one more. If you got one more.
Just a really quick shout out, just a reminder, we've got some awesome t-shirts that are back for another year, courtesy of The Yeti. That's YETEE. Head over to theyeti.com/RPGLB. And just a reminder, Yeti are donating $4 from each shirt sold to NAMI.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So we've got a bit more plot that's been going on here. We were kidnapped by the girl that saved us, and then the boat that we were on was attacked by Sin, who's the giant monster that attacked Xanarkand. And now we're on an island, and we've got this swimming jock that wants to force us to play on his blitzball team. But this is the Besaid Island. It's where we're going to be picking up the vast majority of our party.
Yeah.
The swimming jock here is Waka. He's going to be kind of useful in a couple spots. But more importantly, we're going to be picking up Yuna, who's going to be one of the primary characters that we're going to use throughout the run, as well as Kimari and Lulu, who are both, well, Lulu's not really very useful, but Kimari is.
And then,
We've got about 1.5-2 minutes until we're going to cut off the next incentive name.
Yep, that's exactly what I was going to say. So get in your last second donations for the Valifor name, and we'll see what it goes. I saw a few interesting ones on the docket. Somebody was trying to get all 3 of the Aeons to line up and say something like, goers are cheaters. True.
Oh, that's what it was trying to say.
Yes.
I concur.
Ah.
I personally have some investment.
Blitzball is one of the nightmare parts of this run.
I have some investment in Bahamut being named Cupcake because, yes.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that happens. Go ahead.
Yeah. There's a few fights that we're doing. Speaking about the actual speedrun route, which is something that we've kind of been glossing over a lot. Honestly, there's not a lot of things that are absolutely required in order to make the run work. But a couple of things that are required are power spheres and speed spheres. This is because of the way that the leveling up system works, which we'll talk about later. But the stats that we get are going to be of huge importance throughout, and we just need these items in order to continue. But we're done with the lagoon section. We're about to get into the Besaid village, where we're going to be seeing our first temple, and the rest of our characters. So as soon as we get as soon as we start the trial is when we're going to cut off the incentive. So we've got 30 seconds. Get them in.
20-30 seconds. Yep. So get those in last second and be ready on that name here in about 30 seconds. Yes.
Yeah.
But
yeah, there's a lot of running around, and it looks like we're not really doing anything, but that's just because the cutscene remover is sort of passing us all out. For a bit of context, we are 16-ish minutes into the run right now, and without the CSR, this would be the 50-55 minute mark. Yeah. So we're at the very beginning, and we've already saved a ton of time just from using the CSR.
All right, and with that, I'm going to say please cut that off and let us know what name we are putting for Valifor.
Just 1 second. All right. Our winning name for Valifor with $105 is Chicken. Capital C, Chicken.
I feel like chicken tonight.
All right. That is set up and ready to go. So
nice.
While we are in the trials, I'm going to talk a little bit about the movement tech that we're using. Originally, in the early generations, it was literally just move this direction, move that direction, very, very much scripted. We have since gotten some incredible code from a guy from the TASBot community. Hi, TASBot. Good to see you today. A guy named Inverted, who is, in my mind, upside down. But here, basically, there's 3 pieces that you need to know. You need to know Titus's position. You need to know your destination position in XY coordinates for the most part. And you also need to know where the camera is, because as the camera moves around and goes to different places, it changes what direction is forward, what direction is right, left, back, and also the diagonals of all kinds. And so the tech actually takes all 3 of those points, camera, Titus, destination, and decides that which direction on the controller that you're seeing in the left side of the screen to actually move that joystick so that we will go in the direction that we want to go. And yeah, that's it's added an extreme amount of precision because we go from current position to destination position, and that's our first checkpoint, and then we move to the next checkpoint, to the next checkpoint, and at the end of the day, all we really have to program in is what position in XY coordinates. Yes, this goes back to high school math. Finally found a good use for that. And
the horrors.
And so yeah, we actually have an extreme amount of precision so that we can move to a very, very precise spot on the map, on the screen at any time. Here comes Chicken.
Very nice.
Man, everyone seems to be picking names where the letters are like really far apart from one another.
I really like that name entry, yeah.
Yeah, well done.
I will say Titan programmed it so that it would do all of that naming stuff, and so like when you mess with his code and make it longer, that's personal to him.
I wrote it explicitly for the incentives here.
Yeah.
Actually.
All right, so now we're going to go back into the village, and this is critical to the speed run because it picks up an extra overdrive that we don't normally get through the run. If you're playing it casually, you'll probably miss it, but we have to talk to this lady, and she says, "My dog found a thing," and then we run over here, and then the dog found an overdrive.
Can you pet the dog in Final Fantasy X?
No.
No, but you can take like a piece of parchment out of its slobbering mouth.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Which is like, it's like kind of like petting.
Good enough. Yeah.
I think you should pet TASBot to make up for the fact we can't pet the dog.
I got you.
Yeah.
And his eyes got a little excited.
Very nice.
I noticed during the course of this that the eyes are moving and blinking, and it's just the cutest thing ever.
It really is. Yeah, I know there's some tutorial fights here. I just wanted to elaborate a little bit more on the movement from a runner perspective because I noticed in the Besaid Temple, this game is incredibly hard to do the movement exactly right as a human runner because of all the things that Wilson was talking about, especially the camera. The camera is a nightmare in this game, especially when you like go load onto a new screen or turn around a corner.
Camera's your enemy.
So even the TAS has to wiggle a little bit to sort of get back on track, which actually makes me feel really good because like you ultimately, when you're moving in this game, you have to do this weird stuff with your analog stick to like get yourself pointed back in the right direction. And at least the TAS has to do that too. Like that makes me feel pretty good as a human runner.
I'll tell you something we're not going to see here, but that same problem is the chocobo races at Remiem. I did actually program that at one point and then decided I didn't need it, so it's gone. I mean, it's still there somewhere, but yeah, that one, the camera just kind of follows you around as you're curving on this very narrow ledge, and getting the movement precise there was, but yeah. That, oh, and there's an interesting fight coming up. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is another sort of boss fight. It's going to be another party member, Kamari, who we have to show him that we're worthy enough to be Yuna's guardian companion, which we'll get to that plot stuff later. But this is sort of one of the first other instances of us knowing about the RNG and how it's going to affect the fights, making decisions because of that. Normally, in order to get through this fight without needing to use a potion, you have to either have Kamari miss twice, get a strength node, or get a crit. And as you see, Titus is about to go really, really low. But because we can look ahead and we can see that we're going to get a crit, we know that we don't need a potion and waste that time. We can just attack and crit, and then the fight's over. So it's a sort of good microcosm and example of, by us looking ahead and knowing what's going to happen, we can be faster because of it.
Yeah, just really quick there, I got really nervous, and by the way, Mr. Titan also wrote the guide that almost all of us use for this run. Yep. If you were following his guide, it would have said use a potion, because if you didn't get that crit, you would have died.
You would have died.
So I was very scared for TASBot for a second there.
TASBot, you okay?
Yeah, there is one point in the run that I'm really scared that we'll die in, but it shouldn't happen.
No, we'll be fine.
But anyway, so we've got one of Yuna's special mechanics here. So every character has a unique ability to them, and for most of the characters, as the game goes on, you can learn those abilities. The one that you can't is Yuna's summons. As we progress through the game, we're going to complete more and more of the trials, and we're going to get more and more of the Aeons. Like we've got Chicken over here. By summoning the Aeons, they effectively replace our party, and they come with their own set of stats, scale off unas, that's going to be important later. They come with their own abilities, own HP pools, etc., even their own overdrives, which we haven't talked about yet, but we'll get to soon.
Yep.
And these are going to be really, really important throughout the run. So this here is meant to be just a tutorial battle, to be like, oh, hey, you know, summon and show that you can do stuff. But we're actually making use of it to charge Valefor's overdrive, because it's going to be really useful coming up soon.
And the overdrive, if you're not...
Expect to see a lot of the summons, especially Bahamut later. So if you want to see whatever name Bahamut gets throughout, you know, most of the rest of like a good solid chunk of the run, donate to that bid war.
All right, I'm gonna say here, watch the screen for a second because we're about to do a menu. Just watch it, and it's done.
Oh, come on.
Yeah. Yeah. So like the menus are kind of where the TAS really shines, because again, we can very, very easily, very quickly sort of do all the inputs that we need to.
Yeah, things like healing the party, changing weapons, switching which party members in the front line, all of that happens very, very quickly. We're going to see some examples of a shopping menu later on that, like, it would take a runner probably 20, 30 seconds to get it all right, and we're going to do it in about 3 seconds. So it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah, the shopping menus that happen later are like literal blink and you miss it. Yep. Trying to debug why those are going wrong was actually really, really difficult, because I just could not tell what was happening.
But you got to go frame by frame,
but,
right?
Dude, I had to put like so many pauses in, just to be like, is it doing this? Is it doing that?
Yeah.
Like, oh my god. But
right.
anyways, yeah, we've got a bit of downtime, so if you've got anything you want to say, feel free.
Oh, yeah, sure. $30 donation, excuse me if I mess this name up, Donna Ithnen, $30 donation that says, putting on my flame-resistant coat. $40 from Oasis, it says, we need to recognize Valefor for what Valefor really is. I think we did. And $50 more from Oasis that says, snipe anticipation. Also, hi Blaze, with a nice little heart emoji.
All right, so we're about to see our first leveling up menu. The way that the sort of experience of leveling up works in this game is whenever a character has been in a battle, they will get AP if they survive the battle. That AP translates into S levels, which lets us move around on this giant grid. Each of the spots on the grid is a node, and there are nodes of different types, like there are strength nodes, HP nodes, magic nodes, etc. And each of the nodes requires a different type of sphere in order to activate them. The power spheres and speed spheres, etc., are used to activate those nodes, and a large amount of the sort of like planning and routing of this speedrun is based around making sure that we have the correct stats for whatever part of the game. Because a lot of the fights can end up almost scripted because of how the RNG works with the stats. Mm-hmm. So it's really important that we actually have all those stats as needed. This is another boss. This is actually a two-part boss fight here. But we're going to be seeing our first use of the chicken overdrive here, which is incredibly powerful, and really we're not supposed to have it by this point of the game. Much later, if you're playing casually, you can sort of revisit everything, and that's when they're expecting you to get this overdrive. But you know, we're speedrunners, so we just kind of know that it's there.
Yeah.
And we haven't actually talked about overdrives. Overdrives are effectively like limit breaks.
From other games.
They charge up. Yeah, from other games. They charge up, and every character has their own unique overdrives, and there can be multiple of them. So right now we've got the Kamehameha wave, and
pew, pew, pew.
We're going to use that to utterly demolish the Sinfin.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be going to another boss fight, which there's a cutscene here that always actually like really tickles me, because we see dolphins, and it's like the only time in the game that we actually see like a normal animal.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering, like, out of all the animals they could have had, why dolphins? For like just this one cutscene. But yeah, there's actually going to be a bit of a difference that we do here over the what you would consider to be like the normal speedrun route. And that normally you would end the fight with Titus using his overdrive, which we'll get to in a minute, and that would get you an overkill, which gives you more experience, which lets you level up more.
Yeah.
However, there's a bit of a bug here, and we don't actually get it with Titus, but it ends up working out really, really well for this seed. And so we just kind of left it here. It's not a bug, it's a feature.
It's a feature. And yeah, we will get more than enough experience on this specific seed. And yeah, make that work. So, did you want to talk about the escapes thing?
I think I can maybe wait a little bit till a little bit later. But yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see it in the woods.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then while
So
we
this is actually a
boss,
good time, I think, to talk about Titus's overdrive here.
Oh, there it is.
So each of the overdrives for like the main characters have their own little mini games in them. And for RNs, we saw way back in the beginning, it's effectively like a Street Fighter combo. But for Titus, it's a reaction one where you have to, wait for the sliders to go and then hit it in that exact mark. So there are two things. One is it doesn't necessarily always start at the correct time. So we had to read the memory in order to figure out when it's actually starting to move, which was more difficult than it would seem.
Mm-hmm.
The second is that it takes exactly 11 frames before the earliest instance that you can hit confirm with and actually get it. So if anyone does it faster than that, well, they're lying. They're lying because it takes 11 frames.
11 frames. Write that down.
Yeah.
And then we actually will do the similar thing with Waka's Overdrive once, where we wait for the memory to tell us that it has started, and then wait for, I don't remember the number of frames, but wait for a certain number of frames, hit it once, wait for a certain number of frames, hit it second and third time. And so same kind of method there, but the end result is that it's first try every time, and don't let anyone else ever tell you differently. Otherwise I will be sad. I am sad.
Yeah. So now we're in the Kilika Woods. There's another tutorial here because we're learning about Lancet, which is one of Kamari's special ability. It's when a Ronso uses it, it gets other things because Kamari is effectively our blue mage. There's going to be a bunch of battles sort of throughout the run where we use Lancet to learn an ability from specific monsters, and it also will fully charge its overdrive. And it's going to be extremely useful later on.
Oh yeah, well,
because it's just kind of cheating. Yeah.
Okay, so I want to talk real quick. We just did a tutorial battle there, so that one is always exactly the same every time. We're going to get 2 more encounters, or possibly 3 if you're on a questionable seed, before we get to the next temple. There's no donation incentive for this temple, so we're good. But the next 2 battles, we actually look ahead in memory to see what battle is coming up. And it's the same tech that the tracker uses. In fact, it is the tracker that gives us this information. And we look ahead to say which of the next 2 battles is preferable for charging Valifor. And here you can see the first battle was not preferable, so we just did that one normally. And there's a list of like this one, then this one, then this one, then this one, of all the possible encounters we can get here. So it actually looked ahead and said, that first one, I don't want it, just do it normally. This second one, this is the one we want, and this is where we're going to charge. So you should see a Valifor charge here, and then we're going to do some magic to recharge it. Nice crit on Titus there for some reason. And so yeah, Valifor is just going to, Chicken, I apologize, I am very used to the default names. Chicken is going to,
Please, fight with us.
Chicken is going to pick up her overdrive. So
Yeah, one of the really interesting things about this section of the run, and it's one of the major skill testers, I would say, where, if you're a beginning runner of this game and you start to understand what's going on under the hood a little bit more, you're really trying to balance a lot of things in the Kilika Woods. You're trying to get the speed spheres, especially, as many as you can in this area. You also want to get a certain number of kills off of the encounters that you get. But then you also need to recharge Valifor's overdrive for this next boss fight. And you have to kind of figure out the right balance of, what do I kill? What do I flee from? What do I, which is the preferable encounter for Chicken? I'm doing it too now.
yes,
But it's definitely something that takes quite a bit of practice to get really good at just kind of like, okay, here's what's coming. Here's the encounters I'm going to get. I need to do this, this, and this.
Yeah, practice and planning, or you could just take 3 years and replicate what we've done here. It's probably
Feel
worth
free.
the time we've put into it. All right.
Yeah, honestly, like a lot of this is really cool. So yeah, we've got another fight going on here, another boss fight. We're gonna again show them the power of the Kamehameha wave. And one of the nice things with this fight is we could Kamehameha wave multiple times, but we don't. We do the first one. It takes a bit to recharge, and then we're just gonna use fires to finish it off because it's going to leave us with another full overdrive. And this overdrive we're actually going to be using in like 40, 50 minutes or something like that. But since we can route out most of the game and know what we're going to need, we can, even though like some RNG might change here and there, we know the general strokes and we can use that in order to, say like, yeah, we can charge the overdrive here, use it again later, everything works out.
Yeah.
Which is really nice.
To kind of put it in perspective, a beginner runner would basically follow the guide exactly how the guide, and it's a very safe route and path to get to the end of the game. When you kind of get to the more advanced, you start looking at the tracker and making those decisions a little bit in ahead. But then we kind of ramp it up to 11 where we start to look ahead. An example of that is there's potential for a weapon to drop that has the Thunderstrike ability for either Titus or Waka. And those are pretty rare. In theory, we have the ability to manipulate them, and a runner might make an extra steal here or there. That's one where we haven't implemented it yet. I took a shot at it for like a weekend and didn't quite get it working right. But in theory, yeah, we could look all the way ahead and see, is there any way possibly we could manipulate it to get one of the two, that Thunderstrike weapon? And so that's kind of on the horizon of what's next for the next round of code. But yeah, it's really a step from a beginner to advanced to, mastery.
Yep. Because the same RNG tracking that the TAS is doing right now, if you're a human runner, you do have the ability to do that. And it's actually a lot easier. So we've been talking about how CSR is really good for learning the run and practicing the run. It's actually really hard to learn RNG tracking doing the CSR because a lot of it you would want to do during cutscenes and during downtime. And obviously you don't have any of that in the cutscene remover version. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword there. But it is incredible what the community has figured out about this game in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're in another one of the trials. And sort of similar to the first one that we saw in Besaid, all of the trials are these predetermined movement puzzles. They're always the same every single time, and they're like pretty chill for the most part. Everyone, they're kind of okay, except for one that everybody really, really does not like. But my question with this trial is like, there's a lot of fire, and we're using the fire to destroy the doors. Like, who's resetting this up every time? Like, if somebody goes through the trial, it's destroying this stuff, right?
Yeah, you don't
There's
actually...
a whole village here just like door makers.
Don't actually see it in the background, but there's an entire warehouse of just wooden or steel or rock doors that they come in, they have to cart them in and put them back in so the next summoner can attempt this puzzle.
My headcanon is that
Yeah, it just seems wasteful.
the temples of Spira were the original escape rooms, and they just go in and like reset it after every summoner goes through.
Something like that. Okay, so
Yeah.
from here, we're going to get our next day on, but we're not going to use it in the run, so we have decided to give it a default name. But we do have probably about 2 minutes before we kind of get back to the next boat.
Great,
So, go
great.
crazy.
So got a bunch of donations coming in during the last couple of minutes.
Absolutely, bring them on.
Doe Wolf donates $25, says, awaiting control, donating. TASBot has a donation for us, $133.70. Thank you for the head pats. I am happy to be here to help Nami.
Good TASBot.
Join discord.gg/TASBot if you would like to know more about me. $25 from Maryland with no donation comment. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Reigns donates $100 and says, thanks to everyone for continuing to shine a light on mental health concerns and finding novel ways to help. Nami is an awesome organization that deserves the attention and support of the world. Much love to all the participants, including TASBot.
I'm going to jump in just for a second and give you back, but it's absolutely like surreal to be like all the RPG or runners or speedrunners, everything that's from previous events that are now like here watching me be a runner. It's just mind-blowing, mind-crazy. But yeah, keep them coming.
Sure. KFizzle4 donates $20. I want to be a Blitzball when I grow up. Acid Fire Boom has $20 donation. Any percent FFX is always fun and chill time, but this is a TDIS-assisted speedrun with laughs and whistles.
I think no whistles today.
And $25 from Boomy Dev Team. Great to see all of your work in full display, Coder Wilson.
Nice. That's my colleagues.
Best of luck to the rest of the run from all the team.
I feel like something important is probably going on here because I definitely would not be letting people die here in my speedrun.
Well, it's just
Yeah,
casual.
that one's basically a bug. Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
Nobody
like
saw
It
that.
ends up working out later.
The bee, you
Yeah,
mean the
nobody
bees?
saw it.
The bee, that's the bug. The bees. Yeah.
Yeah, the bees of a bug.
Okay, got it. Yep.
Yeah. So it's something that we noticed, but the attempt to fix it messed some stuff up later that we figured would like be better to show off. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's about a minute and a half time save that gets lost because we couldn't figure out why we were dying there. So we just go with the dying
Yeah.
there. It's probably fine. Don't panic.
Probably fine. Yeah.
Also, I just noticed that TAS is so good at menuing that we stiffed Owaka on like 99 gil that we would have given him if we were running this as a human. 'Cause we gave him 1,001
still
instead of
faster.
1,100.
Yeah, like we're still faster than doing it a human there, and we're really worried about Gil at some point, so we try to save it when we can. So funnily enough, this is the Jack shot, which is in the normal non-CSR speedrun, if you succeed this minigame, it actually adds on like another minute and a half of cutscenes that we really don't want. And because we want the CSR run to be just like the non-CSR run, if you succeed with Jack shot there, the game crashes.
Yeah.
So you always have to fail it.
So in theory, it would be faster, or it would be better to learn the shot, and then you have a more powerful shot for the game. But it was programmed to the any percent, so we can't learn the shot. Imagine it.
Yeah.
I wonder how much more
Yeah.
like
Well, that
probability of
was-
success.
I definitely remember that was a common question, I think, when the CSR first
Yeah.
got released, is like, why I learned Jack shot and then the game crashed. It's like, yep, you're not supposed to do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Yeah, so now we're in Luca, which is the home of effectively the Super Bowl for Blitzball, where
That came out backwards.
Waka wants us to participate and win because his team is so bad they've like never won a game in a decade.
Yeah.
But we kind of like don't really care about that because Yuna's been kidnapped, and so we have to go save her. So this is the start of the workers' fights into another boss battle, and this is probably a good time to talk about how we're actually doing things in battles. So there's a few different parts of memories that we're going to care about. The first and most basic one is which character is currently active. It turns out there's a bit in memory that tells us which character is currently the one that can be controlled. The second one is where exactly are we? So if you look actually at the bottom left of the console, you'll see it says like Black Magic Thunder, in tap targeting, true, etc. All of these are basically debug statements that are helping us trace through where to go. For each character, each of the different menu options has a different value associated in memory. So no matter where we are or whatever our last command is, we can always know how to navigate to the next part that we want to go to. Once we're in a submenu, it's kind of much the same. Every slot has their own number, and just by using mathematics, we can figure out how to move the cursor in order to get to the ability that we want to get to. And we're going to be kind of doing that throughout the whole thing. We also have access to like what our party's HP values are, which is going to be really, really important if we need to revive everybody or heal people like we're going to see later. We can also see what the enemy's HPs is, which again is a really useful thing, and it's not something that's unique to the TAS. There's an ability in game that lets you see it, and anybody that's doing it a human can just have a calculator off to the side and use it there. But it's just kind of easier here because we can just directly see what's going on.
TASBot
We're almost done with the worker fights here. TASBot does this now.
It just knows.
We're almost at the end of the worker fights here. This part is actually like a really interesting area because we're going to learn haste on Titus right after this fight. One of the things that we haven't really talked about is how the combat works in terms of the turn orders. If you look at the top right, there's a marker that says what the order that all the characters are going to go in. That order can change based on the actions that people do. So like switching a weapon means that your next turn is going to come up sooner than if you just attacked. Using an overdrive like we did with Baleful means that your next turn is going to be in a really long time, such like that. Haste just makes it so that your turns are going to come up faster and faster, which means that you get more turns to do things, which means that generally the fights are going to go a lot faster. The interesting thing here is that it is actually faster to get Titus's haste before this fight, because then you can haste Lulu, use the thunder on all of them, and you don't have to worry about it. But then Kimaru doesn't attack as much, and that's going to be really important later because this is all part of a manipulation that we've been setting up for a long while.
About a minute and a half time save that we're coming up on in 20-30 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, I know that the music for this next fight is a little, discomforting or something, so we're just going to take that out for now. I hope you guys don't mind. This is going to be nice, chill, relaxed battle. No music.
Yeah, it's a quirk of the way the CSR operates. The CSR is doing a bunch of memory manipulation or to set different flags and spawn us in different spots with like plot progression. Sometimes the music gets messed up that way.
Okay. And then
we've got another boss fight here.
I actually need to take over because this is where the AI side of things comes in. Right at the end of this fight, we're going to be looking at a specific memory value for RNG2. And before the event today, we ran this for about a day, just running through Blitzball to see how well Blitzball would go based on those values in RNG2. And then, you'd run it and you'd see it and you'd record it, repeat, run it, pick a different one, record it. So we actually are going to, right here at the end, Titus is probably going to wait for at least a second or so before he actually engages his attack. What he's doing there is he's waiting until one of those RNG values comes up that has a favorable, hopefully a blitz win, hopefully a fast time. I actually did not watch it or do a test run with all of that recorded information, all of the AI stuff. So right here he's waiting, and he's going to wait until, I believe, the 8th RNG value and then attack. And according to this, we should get a blitz win value. I don't see in the console where it says how long, but that is our solution to bad blitz, is to wait until it will be good blitz and then do blitz. And so that's that element of learning or using something that we know from a previous experience to make a decision in the current run. That's where that AI machine learning kind of concept comes in.
It's one of the few things that the TAS does that humans just cannot do, because the value RNG2 changes effectively with every single animation that goes on, and it's not something that you can realistically track or do anything with. So the fact that we can just read it directly from memory and use it to manipulate this is something that is like TAS specific. Yeah.
Even the TAS running frame perfect inputs and all the other things we've talked about, we know kind of a rough range of where it's going to end up in the as RNG2 moves forward and forward and forward. We know how it moves forward, but we can know that it's going to end up somewhere within about a 10 to 20 RNG value range. So the solution is to just record all of those values coming up over many iterations of testing, and that's how we do it. So in theory, this will be a good run. So far, it looks like a
not great one.
A game of Blitzball. Let's just say that.
Yeah. So I'll talk about it. Yeah. Oh well, we got it. So I'll talk a bit about Blitzball in general, and then you can go into how we've you actually coded it, because
Oh,
I
there's that bug.
cannot understate. Sorry, I cannot overstate how much time Wilson has put into trying to get Blitzball. That right there is a bug that happens if you have really long names that can't really do much about.
The
It's just-
ha name renders it differently, and it does a weird thing, and we don't know why. Jasu gets the ball.
So Blitzball is a mini game that you can play, outside of just this spot here. But it bugged again.
Yeah, I got it.
And this is one of the most hated parts of anybody that speedruns this, because if we win this Blitzball game, then we get a strength sphere. And that strength sphere matters a lot. It saves like 2.5 minutes over the course of the run. If we lose it, then if you're not going for like world record times or like top of leaderboards, it's fine. You can still complete the run, but it is, a 2-minute time loss that nobody really wants to do. So we really want to win. There's a few quirks that are going to occur throughout this. One is that if we score at the wrong times, then the enemy team actually becomes really, really aggressive, and it makes it difficult for us to like save time on it, because every time that the enemy has the ball and we have the menus pop up, it bleeds time from the timer in the bottom right corner. So what we want to do is we want to try to time the shots that we take. Oh God, grab, please.
This is just going
We want to try to
horribly.
time the shots that we take so that it happens, when it's going into what would be a cutscene, or the half ending, so that we don't have to worry about things. So yeah, this Blitz has not been going fantastic.
I have to say, this
but
is
yeah,
the
we'll-
most
why don't
exciting
you-
game of Blitzball I've seen in a really long time.
Yeah.
If I can just jump in really quick, can I give like the if you're playing this as a runner, like what you should be aiming
go,
to do
please
in the
go.
first half? Oh, big save by
thank you,
Keepa,
Keepa.
let's go. So basically, seriously, clap for that. If you're playing this as a normal human speedrunner, you basically just want Titus to touch the ball one time, pass it to Jasu, and then Jasu goes and hides behind the goal for the entire first half. So
Stop grabbing the ball.
this is an adventure.
But I mean,
There's been like 7 changes of the ball ownership. Can it
this
stop?
gives some context to how hard it is to program this, because like a lot of these things we just have no way to control. How, like, when they have the ball, you can't do anything. It's just AI to AI. It's only when you have the ball that you can even do anything. And it's just giving us the ball at the worst possible places where it just is going to take it right back. So I think we're actually in a good spot there where we're finally away from them.
Yes, this is what what you're looking for.
Yeah, if only it had happened 2.5 minutes ago.
Well, I think the taskbot is just making it interesting for everybody watching, because this is like, if you're doing this run, this is like your one chance to go get like a bathroom break or grab a beverage or something like that. So, yeah, well done.
TaskBot just wants to show off its lightning dodge skills.
That was a flex for sure.
Oh, right, and pay no mind to the error messages in the console. Those ones are fine.
Yeah. Why don't you talk a bit about how like you program this to work?
Poorly. We're doing this again. Oh my gosh. Ahaha needs a shorter name next time. But yeah, when we programmed this, the idea is that kind of similar, using the similar tech to the movement, because this is still on the XY coordinate. There is no vertical Z axis here. And so the thing is that the 0-0 position, just like in the maths where you have your X coordinate and the Y coordinate, is right in the center of the arena, where this is not what I programmed. And so like as the Y value goes up, we actually move towards the other team's goal, and then ours would be the negative Y value. And then similarly, X positive is to the right-hand side of the screen with, or I guess to the top here, the northern part of the sphere pool, and then, so on and so forth. So the idea is that we want to approach, and you'll see this here in about a minute, we want to approach that defender and try to pull the defender away, and then pass the ball to Titus with basically a free shot at the end goal.
Yeah, this is fine, by the way.
Yeah, us in the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what we want to happen.
Yep.
They aren't touching us. We're happy. We're killing time. We're going to try to get a shot off here in a second. But then the idea is that we always want to stay away from the center because that's where their best player is. So I programmed it to move radially, and you'll kind of see it. We move radially around the sphere pool, around the edges, so that when we pass the ball to Titus, which I think it's going to do here, after I hit enter,
You might get to score the goal.
I might.
This is exciting.
Oh, this might actually work.
We are not going to get the
The
skip.
RNG prediction worked.
We're not going to. Oh, we did not get the experience in the first half, though.
Oh.
Good.
Didn't
Oh,
matter.
we got the goal. Let's go.
But yeah, the
We
short
didn't get the
version.
blitz off skip, but that's fine. It's so much better just to get the point.
Short version is that like we just programmed it to run around the edges of the pool as opposed to straight through the center where we lose the ball every time. But man, I have spent probably, I want to say 60 hours to get it as bad as this. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
going to say let's throw it over and see if we've got anything that we need to talk about while we just finish up the Blitzball game, hopefully without any other incidents. What do we got?
Yeah, sure. A couple of donations here. A $100 anonymous donation with no comment. Thank you very, very
Nice.
much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And Tara Lynn, a $25 donation with a heart. Just a reminder that the skip showcase that's going to come up at the end of this run needs some more help on the donation side. We're going to need about $2,000 more for that. So get your donations in. I want to see the skips.
We programmed in something special right at the end that I'm not going to say until we get there, but something super special that everyone's going to enjoy. All right, this is
Yeah,
fine.
the skip showcase is going to be really cool. Plus the special surprise.
Yep.
So highly recommend.
I love surprises. Let's
that
get
we
them
to
in.
it.
Let's get that done. Keep them coming. We got a little more time.
Oh, please don't make it.
No,
Keep it. Do your job. Do your job. Yes.
Make that save. Keepa,
So for those that don't have context, Keepa's really bad at his job.
yeah.
So the fact that he's gotten 2 saves is so far above the average.
It says that his
Oh, no,
catch
here's another
stat
one.
is like a 6. In reality, it's like a 4 at best. Oh, come on, Keepa. No way.
What is going on?
I've never seen him make this many saves.
He is just
Keep
playing
the
out of
god.
his mind today.
Oh, we might lose it again. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, grab.
Yeah, that's the guy we try to stay away from the whole time, and he is just having a field.
Another
day.
shot.
No.
Oh, but Jasu saved it. This is so
I think we
tense.
got it because I don't think there's enough time for them to do much. Yeah, no. This is a win.
If they steal
this
it
is a
here
win.
and
We're good to
immediately
go.
go for a shot.
No, this is a win. There's not enough time for them to take
Oh,
it again.
nice. There we go.
And
Yeah,
here
so
comes
if
grab
they score
again.
here, then we go into overtime. But
no
we won.
Grab. No
Wait a second,
grab.
he can't make it.
Yes. Okay.
Nice. Let's win. There we go.
All right, guys. Donos for Keepa actually being a Chad for once.
Oh my gosh. I'm like dying inside.
Yeah, and we got the strength sphere. So there's some more plot stuff happening now. We're being attacked by Sin.
No.
What?
Oh, I
Did you? Oh,
forgot
you didn't
to change
set
the flag. So it's now doing that AI thing where it's trying to learn more. So
Whoop.
I am going to kill it here, and we're going to bring it back up. So while I fix my own lovely mistake, can we get some more commentary from the left? Yeah, never mind this. This is fine. This is how we intended it.
Whoopsies.
Okay, let me go here. Yeah, do you have anything more to read?
I don't have any donation comments to read aloud right now,
Tell
but
us about Nami.
that's exactly what I was about to do. The last few years have been a stressful time in the world and have understandably had a strain on many people's mental health.
Like mine right now.
In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you need it. You are not alone.
Okay.
So we are going to be able to show off one of the nice things about the task, which is that we can effectively resume at any point that we had, which is cool. And if we resume from the can we resume from the autosave?
Oh, that's going to take me a second to check.
You might want to pull it on the other monitor.
So they can see it.
Oh, I didn't realize they were capturing that one too.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
They're capturing everything. So right now,
I mean, it's fine. You can show off the main file. Welcome to a lot of non-neural network AIs. It's a whole bunch of if statements.
yeah, I'll bring it over here so you can kind of see what the code looks like a little bit. Okay, Besaid.
Yeah, so
boat,
this is our
silica.
giant main function. It's basically, we're keeping track of like what part of the game that we're in, and we're saying, all right, run, this section of the code, run that section of the code, etc.
Luca 5.
Yeah.
Do I have a save for Luca 5? I think I do.
So the autosave should work.
Yeah, but I don't have a program
So
to do
if
that.
you-
But I do have.
Just overwrite the load
no.
to be 0 in the load game function. Instead of having it search for a save, just
Yeah.
have it hard cast to 0.
Okay. Hang with us, everybody. We're almost there. Luca 5, Luca 5, Luca 5. Jose is too far. Luca 5. Save number 0. All right.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed we will be back up when I hit this button. It does not know how to load save 0.
Okay, no. Just put in a wait command
Yeah.
there, and we'll just manually do it. Yeah.
Okay.
10SC20, and then exit out of that. Let it start. Okay.
All right. This should get us back online.
No. It crashed because you didn't import time.
Did it crash because I didn't import time? Nothing to see here. Everything is perfect.
Live debugging, folks.
This is you know what the Luca goers were just so mad that they lost. They just took it all out on the task.
Okay, we're gonna get another game over here, and then it's gonna try to load again.
Yeah. Believe it or not, this is not an uncommon occurrence.
Everything's
All right,
fine.
we should be good now. We
All
should
right.
be good now. We're just gonna wait for the timer to continue down, and this is like the longest 20 seconds of my life.
Yeah, it's probably fine. Oh, yep, you got it.
There we go. All right,
All
we're
right.
back.
Bring this back up here. I'll need that for the incentives.
As
Good job.
Thank
IT
you.
professional myself, that was very impressive.
Thank you. And the beautiful thing is that when you load into a game, it does not initialize the RNG array, so it should have maintained all of the RNG in the way we had it. Because we loaded into that autosave exactly where the game was, it keeps the RNG, so hopefully, fingers crossed, we will still show off all the cool stuff that we have coming. Yeah.
Yep.
When you hit new game, though, it does initialize it based on the RNG seed, so there's a little bit of a difference there. But hopefully we're still good. Hopefully we're still perfectly synced with how we practiced it. And
Yeah. We will find out very, very shortly, very quickly if that's not the case.
it's okay. We only made the one error that I, as the human, could make concerning the task. So that is passed. We're good. My panic level is now skyrocket, but it's fine. Let's keep going.
All right, so back to the plot a bit. We've been attacked by Sin in the stadium, and the Sahagins here just kind of somehow appeared in our giant floating pool of water that has, giant things of air surrounding it. So yeah, who knows? But they're here. We're attacking them. Every time that we get an overkill, it's really good because this is a really, really good source of power spheres.
Yep.
Each normal kill that we get is 1 power sphere, but the overkill is 2, which is really nice. So we want to get a bunch of power spheres here. It's fastest just to do it with Titus because Waka can only get a kill if he gets a crit because he's kind of weak because we haven't given him anything. And an easy way to determine if we're still on the seed is that Orange should crit this next fight.
Fingers
Make sure that
crossed.
none of the RNG is changed. So this should be an overkill.
Yep. Perfect.
Nice, we're good to go.
We're still synced.
Still synced. So now we've got another Garuda fight. This is one where the strategy is kind of loosey-goosey, and we're doing a lot in order to sort of adapt to how the fight is going. You'll notice that the haste was like extremely random because we're having it figure out where Arn is in order to attack, in order to use it on him, because everyone can be in different spots.
Yeah.
And we're using. Oh, this is actually different from how the fight usually goes, I think.
So yeah, what he's saying is there's some logic in there. Until we are targeting the right person with the right ability, it's going to keep searching for that person and up and down and left and right with the command keys.
Yeah, I think some of the RNG might have desynced because Titus was supposed to get a crit there, and he should also be dead. But it's fine. We'll see what Kamari is.
It's fine. There's nothing to see here. They're totally fine. The cool thing though is it shows off.
I think the RNG is decent, but it's okay. It's okay. Everything else will go.
It shows off the difference between a traditional task where like we have to have a set starting point and a set ending point, and everything's going to happen exactly the same way, and what we're doing here, where like a disaster like that isn't really a disaster. It's an inconvenience at best, and a desync at best as far as like our plans for how it's supposed to go. So. Yep, all should be good. We're going to pick up some extra stuff here and then head out to the next area, which we have some pretty significant manipulation coming up.
Yep. So this is actually a really important part in the course of the overall plot, because we actually find out that Sin is Jekt. And I realize that nobody knows who Jekt is because we skipped all those. So Jekt is Titus's dad. And where is he going?
We are having a lovely time here. Oh,
I actually have never seen this before.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Happy fun
So
time.
with the RNG, I think that we're desynced on the RNG a bit because it did hit new game while it was doing the resets. But I don't actually know what's going on with this here.
It's okay. We're just gonna tell it to reload again because this is fine. And I broke it again because this is fine. Why is it broken now? Windows.
Because it's a different computer, so the path is different.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
The save path is different.
It says the path is different.
Just force it to the same autosave, and it should be fine.
Okay.
Oh, no, the autosave is going to be different here.
Yeah. Okay, I am completely calm and collected here, so if we can get just a minute here for me to fix everything, I would appreciate that. Let me see. I need this guy. I need this guy. Copy. Oh, that's not the right one. Documents, Square, Final Fantasy, all the autosaves. Copy into code. And it's magical. And it will work the first time. It will, just like the rest of the run worked the first time. I do need something up here. Okay, so we're gonna load and switch all of these backslashes to forward slashes. I promise this is exactly how we planned this event to go. Replace.
So one thing that I will say is while we're at this point, we're not exactly going to be showing the all of the exact things that we were planning on showing. But it is going to really show, like Wilson said, the resilience of the tasks, because we have, at this point, what would normally be considered a pretty hefty desync.
There we go.
But because of how we've programmed this all, it's everything, like, unless things go really, really badly, the run will still finish and the task will still be able to do all of its really cool things. But at this point, we don't actually know what's going to happen.
Yep.
So we're going to experience this with all of you.
Exciting.
All in real time.
All in real time. Unfortunately, we did lose Titus and Chicken's name, but with the rest of the names, that'll happen. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we're done. We're done with that Luca. We're onto the high road. This year we're going to be seeing about one of the big manipulations, which is the for a boss fight that's going to be upcoming. Yeah. So now Titus is named TAS. because very easy way to determine where we are, or determine what's running it. But we have the, I mentioned all the way back that there's an RNG value associated for each character, and what that RNG value is used for is a few things. The first is that every time that the character is in your party somewhere, even if it's frontline or backline, it will increment that RNG value once to determine what their turn order is going to be. It then also increments twice. Or basically does anything to that requires a number roll, like throwing a phoenix down or escaping or anything like that. So it also is used to determine whether or not the character is going to crit. Next Kamari crit 54, so we're unlikely to get it. But that effectively means that in 54 rolls of the RNG, Kamari would be getting a crit. And in an ideal world, we would be getting that crit on the boss, and it ends up saving a large amount of time. Unfortunately, it does not look like we're going to be getting here.
Yeah.
But we still have the chance to get the Yuna Overdrive. One of the reasons that we've put Yuna in the front of the party here is we actually want her to get hit, because that's how she's going to gain Overdrive, and then we can use that Overdrive to make the second part of a boss fight a lot faster. Unfortunately, it is kind of RNG, and it's not an RNG that we have figured out how to predict yet, and how to manipulate it. So we're just kind of sticking her in the front and hoping. Yeah. But yeah, so there's something that we've actually already done in this area, which is we've used Kamari's Lancet again on the giant flame bomb. I forget the actual name of it, but you know, the bomb. And then Kamari will learn self-destruct, which we're only going to be using it once, but it's really powerful.
Yeah.
There. And it's one of the sort of like hard stopping points in the TAS, where we will check to make sure that Kamari's learned it, and if he hasn't learned it, we will not continue on. We'll just keep on running around until we have gotten it, which is, again, sort of different than a normal task, where the task is kind of like runs through and assumes that everything happens. Like, no, we're actually adapting to how things go.
Yeah. And that Lancet that we did earlier, and we're going to do it one more time, for the TAS is a hard stop on do not continue moving on until you've learned this ability. And that follows the guide where it basically says you have to. There are technically backup strats, but they're not good. So if we had not learned it, you would see near the end of this road that we will just actually start running back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And if you're not familiar with it, you'd be like, what are you doing?
Also heal.
Yeah, that was a menu. And until we actually end up learning it puts a hard stop and adds a lot of time until you actually do learn it, then it continues on. But again, it's one of those ways where it can wait and learn, or wait and identify when we're ready to move on before it actually moves on. Another cool factor that even being desynced is, you know, not worrisome at all. But yeah, Yuna's getting good charge here.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Yeah, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, so what we do with Yuna here is we're checking to make sure that she has at least 43%.
Yeah.
And it looks like she should have she definitely has above it now.
Over 50%.
So,
yeah.
Well over 50%. So we're gonna take that into account in the next menu and just move her out of the front of the party.
Yeah.
Here, and then we're also going to
menu.
be curing up.
Yeah, that was about, what, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and yeah. But this next fight is hopefully we're going to cross our fingers and hope that we can charge Yuna the rest of the way. Some really cool stuff that I programmed here where it looks at, first of all, did the boss do damage on its last attack? Second of all, well, did it take the first turn? That's also a factor. And then if it didn't do damage and it didn't roll the hit-miss chance, then we know that it used this ability called You're Next, where it's going to point at somebody. Hopefully we'll see it here. And if it does that, we'll hop Yuna into the party and hope that she gets the charge. There it is. So we're actually going to get it here.
Oh,
He
there
just
we
said
go.
you're
Nice.
next. So now Titus should swap out. Words are hard. Attack herself. That's just to waste the turn. And then she takes it, and now she has a full charge. So now we're going to haste the Chocobo Eater to try to end this fight faster. Normally we would haste on the first turn and then make a joke about, ha ha, I attacked the wrong thing, or I hasted the wrong thing. Well, the whole party's dead now. That's not great. Swap out Kimari there. That should be for RNG manipulation, but like we said, we're kind of desynced now, so we're going with it. And that fight is now over. But yeah.
Nice.
That's fine.
That was
That
actually
was
quite
one of the fights I
optimal.
was really scared about, actually.
Yeah. Possible
Yeah.
for a game over on that fight too, which would require another load.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to
so I do
see
wanna
the
talk-
programming for getting Yuna charged up too, because that is such a hard thing to do as a runner of this game, is to toe that fine line between, you know, putting some damage on her, but you're not fleeing the fights right away sometimes, or you're putting
Yeah.
yourself in danger. And like the payoff is huge if you can get it to work, but
Yeah.
it's a really risky maneuver. I
Really
would say,
tight line
so.
there, yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't talked story in a while.
So I do want to talk very briefly about the formation handling. So as you've seen a few times by this point, we can go in and change who's in our front party, who's in our back party really quickly. The thing is that we don't want to have to program in exactly how everything's going to go every single time, because that's really slow and obnoxious. And we also don't really care about the order that the front three party members are, because even though like in battle, it can be slightly faster, like depending on what the back order is, the TAS is so fast that you literally can't even see it shift, like select the different things. It's literally a matter of frames.
Yeah.
So every time that we have a formation set, we kind of just look and say like, okay, we need the first three in any order. We don't care about the back order. And then we calculate the minimum amount of character swaps that we need to do with the minimum amount of movement, such that we can move whoever we need to where we do. And I spent way too long on that code, and I'm really happy that it works so well. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, we're just about done with the high road. We're going to be starting MRR, which is a really interesting part, but we've got like maybe 45 seconds if you got anything you want to say.
No, I was just going to say, we're now on this road and we don't really know why. The story hasn't been happening here because of the cutscene remover. So just like real quick, where are we with the story, and then like what are we doing here?
Sure. So after the Blitzball, they've decided that they want to try and, well, Yuna's continuing on her pilgrimage to, which we haven't actually mentioned, to become the High Summoner, because the High Summoner is the one who's responsible for defeating Sin and bringing along the calm and kind of making everything like not under constant terror for a certain however long the calm lasts. Yuna's dad was the previous High Summoner, and Yuna wants to follow in his footsteps. Where we're at right now is we're progressing on to Josei, which is the next temple. But on the way, we're actually going to be running into Maester Seymour, who's a guy that we actually haven't seen yet because cutscenes are not a thing. And they're going to be trying to attack and defeat Sin without the use of the final summoning.
I'll be right back.
But where we are right now is we're at MRR, which is a really important grinding fight. There's a grinding location. It's kind of the only spot in the entire run where we're doing an explicit like EXP grind. Our goals here is we need 6 levels on Kamari, 5 levels on Waka, and a total of
Like 11 or 13.
9 on Yuna.
I think it's
Yeah,
11
it's 9 or
total.
12 on Yuna.
Yeah.
Something like that. And this is where we're going to be using Chicken. I'm just going to keep on referring to him as Chicken this time. The Overdrive that we charged, 40 minutes ago. Because it turns out that when we can just sort of energy ray these things, they die really quickly. At the same point, we are going to need the Overdrive again. So there's sort of 3 things that we need from this area. One is we need to get a certain amount of experience so that we actually have the stats to continue. 2 is we're going to need to recharge Baleflor's Overdrive. And 3 is, if possible, we would like to get a good number of speed spheres because they're really useful at this point. So what the task does is it's doing some look-ahead logic and seeing what fights are present and what ones it should take so that it knows, what to do. Very much the same like in Killica Woods, only we're trying to juggle even more things here.
And I would suspect it took that specific fight because if you're a human runner, you know to look for a Fungar in the formation because those give slightly more XP.
Yeah, for those not familiar, it looks like a little plant with red leaves on it. Gives more experience. These Garudas, the big flying birds, are not worth taking just because they take a long time to kill, and speed is key. Yeah, and then
long time ago there used to be a strat that you could use, but nobody uses that anymore.
Yeah. And then just, if you have a chance, look at the console after the battle is done, and you'll see that it says next Kimari crit after a bunch of, equal signs, just so it's easier to see. And you're going to see there, it says something like 40-something, and it would take at least, 12 to 15 battles to manipulate that, which is not worth it. So we're just going to go on and take time loss on this one, since we are, definitely desynced at this point from what we had originally intended to show you guys today, but we're still going.
Yeah. Unfortunately, during that first reset, it actually hit the new game button, and as soon as you hit new game, it resets all the RNG stuff.
I am absolutely terrified on the... Oh, actually, no, we programmed a backup for the no encounters if that has a problem, so we'll still be okay.
Yeah. There's one... We'll get to the no encounter armor later, but I did kind of lie when I said there was only one thing that we were changing in the EXE. There's something else that we added for marathon safety.
Yes.
But anyways, yeah. So we got next Kamari crit 39. It's not going to.
Not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. No way.
Well, that just means the number.
But we do need just a bit more
Yeah.
EXP here.
The damage number will be smaller on that fight than we want it to be, but it'll be basically normal. But, yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Still need some experience. Well, if we need that much experience, maybe we'll sit here for another 38 battles and get that crit. You never know.
Hope we don't need that much.
It's not. I mean, it's not quite 38 battles. If Kamari attacks in any of these.
No, I know.
Yeah. This is exactly what you do as a human runner too. If your XP curve's a little bit off, you need to fix it with some of these single kills on the raptors and the other flying enemies and stuff that Waka can just kind of one shot. So, I mean, this is a pretty common occurrence in any speedrun of this game.
Yeah. Right there, before taking this lift, we would have stopped if we were still short and gone back and forth. But yeah, no, we're in a good spot now.
We're all good here.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're grabbing the
Safety
X potion for just a bit of extra gil. Which in the run that we were planning on showing would not happen because we know that we're safe on gil. But here we were able to calculate it and be like, nope, we're gonna get this stuff because we might need it here.
Yeah.
Does it say for the thunder weapon on it?
No. No, it does not. Otherwise, one of them would have it equipped right now. So.
Yeah, that's true.
So I'm really curious to see how the
so,
TAS handles this menu that's coming up.
Oh, this is going to be a good one.
Yeah.
This menu is so good. It's literally blink and you miss it.
This is like one of the 3 best ones.
I might fall out of my chair.
Please do.
Okay.
For dramatic effect,
Yes.
of course. Yes.
Have the Piplup catch you.
Yep.
He's back. Wait.
This is the first menu where you have to actually go and sell a bunch of stuff that you've gotten because there is a sword that you need to buy for Orin that will eliminate any ambushes as long as he's in the party, and pretty much guarantees safety for the rest of the run. Which is another reason why this section in between Luca and Mushroom Rock Road is probably the scariest part of the run a lot of times for people. So we're finishing up the sphere grid, it looks like here.
Yeah.
And then, that shop menu, I'm very, very curious to see what that looks like.
You'll notice the sphere grid goes basically at the same speed that a normal runner would do it. We're very much limited on how the sphere grid works by how fast the game will allow us to go. So otherwise, we would blaze through that and double speed it or something compared to that. All right, here we go. So here comes the menu. Got any items? All right, let's sell some items. All right, we're good. Okay, got any weapons? Yeah, let's sell a few weapons. Yeah, you could keep up with this, I think. Oh.
Oh my god. The save didn't have enough gil.
Well, no, it didn't. It looks like it didn't give him money. Or that's...
Oh, yeah. No. Yeah.
Because that
This-
price is
these prices
different.
are too much.
Should be 11,
The price is wrong.
2 something. Oh boy.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay,
We
we-
have a MMR save that you should be able to load
We
from.
can redo MMR.
Like after the.
Yeah.
I don't think
So-
we need to redo MMR. There should be a post MMR save.
No, I didn't make one. I didn't think we would
Mm-hmm.
need that for this one. So options are MMR save, MRR save, or right after the GUI fight. But I think we need to show the GUI fight. Otherwise, it's
Yeah, we need to show the GUI.
scuffed.
Yeah.
All right, one more time with feeling, everybody. Let's.
Let's go.
Let's go.
So we are going to recharge, and I know this one has the guild because I've run this specific save quite a few times. Oh, what a great event, guys. You know, isn't it great that we can all just get together and, you know, donate money for NAMI and do some amazing things in the world? Yeah.
Do we want to go ahead and get caught up on donations and stuff while we're rerunning this?
I absolutely think so.
That sounds great.
Yep.
We've got some very appropriate donations. $10 from Anonymous. One of the things that's most impressive about marathon speedruns is seeing how runners respond when things go wrong. Coder Wilson, thanks for showing us your resiliency and ingenuity. Seeing the team react live is incredible. Bravo. Let's get that skip showcase.
Definitely, let's get that skip showcase. There's a lot of good stuff there. And I know it looks like we're just
It's
calm
really
and
cool.
just reacting. I am 100% panic inside over how this is going. So,
It's fine. We're showing off the resilience of the code. Everything that's happened so far has not been the code's fault. It's been human error. So
absolutely.
take pride in the code. Take pride in the AI.
$50 from Sanjan that says, I realize after watching this game, I want to be a blitzball when I grow up.
Oh.
$15 from RoboWitch with no comment. Thank you very much. LLK donates $5. If Keepa successful, go to self-destruct sequence. Error, error, error. This...
We could just blame everything on Keepa.
He is definitely not supposed to do that.
By-
He stole all the luck. It's
By-
all his fault.
By the way, that $5 donation is for the FFX Skips Showcase.
Let's go.
$25 from Edward Malice, donating for that outstanding performance from Keepa and the behind-the-scenes look at the AI code. Also, did you know that max level Keepa reaches level 99 shooting?
Yes.
$250 from Jason LaRose. That reads, fellow Python coder here, I too hate it when I forget to add an import statement. I think this might be my favorite task run that I've ever seen. Apologies to the Axeman. Incentive goes to Coder Wilson's choice.
Thank you.
And $5 more from
So
Glacier.
I have a question.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
have a question. Do we want to use the booster to give the overdrive so that we can show off the thing that we would have showed off?
I think not.
Okay.
I think not.
Okay.
$5 from
I'll just describe what it would have.
All good.
$5 from Glacier. Hey, no treadmills. I didn't ask for those today.
That's one of the bugs that comes up when you're running on, we're not sure why, but his computer, is that it loads in incorrectly, and then you're stuck in a spot trying to move to your next spot, but you're literally just stuck in place, so we call it a treadmill. No treadmills today. All the things that can go wrong, no treadmills.
And $15 from Inverted. Let's not skip that Skips Showcase, which, by the way, we're close to about halfway on that, but we're still going to need about $1,700. So
Let's go.
Let's keep donating.
Shout out to Inverted Hero at the Movement Tech. Yeah. So we're basically just catching up back to that menu that we're looking forward to again, and I'll try to commentate that again. But other than that, yeah, we're kind of just in a holding pattern here while we catch back up.
It'll go fast. We're already recharged on Valfor and everything.
Yeah.
Just good times.
Yep. I also like something that someone said. Taskbot got too close to Sin's toxins, messed him up in the head.
Oh, Taskbot, we'll give you some love.
Just a reminder that a $15 minimum donation puts you eligible for the Final Fantasy Ultimania Archive prize, books 1 through 3. A minimum of $20 donation makes you eligible for a Cherry Chocobo Platter, and a total of $100 donated throughout the whole event. It makes you eligible to win our grand prize, a PlayStation 5 with 2 games, Final Fantasy VII Remake and Tales of Arise. So if you want to be in the running for those prizes, make sure you get your donations in. Those first 2 prizes will only be available for to win if you make those donations before the end of this run.
I had my eyes on the Evolution plushies, but I think they're already donated out, or they've already been done. Okay, so here's the example here where we haven't actually met one of the criteria to continue on. We are underleveled, so we are going to continue killing one thing and then trying to move on, and then killing one thing until we reach that level that I believe it's Yuna is underleveled here. Got some levels there. Nope, still underleveled, so we're going to keep going back and forth. But yeah, this is an example of where the task is working absolutely perfectly for a subpar scenario where we have to reach a certain point before we continue on. And that's what we're doing here. That's why it looks like it's weird just running back and forth, but it's completely correct.
I really appreciate having the console up too, because you'll see the like in plain text, like it says Yuna still needs levels, and then it's doing what it's doing. So every once in a while, I've caught one of those little comments that was put in. I also like looking for MRR guy, which was might be coming up here. I don't know if you need him or not, but we'll see.
I think it's going to do it again. Yeah.
I think it's probably just going to get it to be safe.
Searching for MRR
Yeah, there we go.
guy.
Searching for MRR guy.
That's exactly what I call him too. So I mean.
Yeah. But yeah, we are again
Yeah,
close
so
to that.
next character's in 24. I believe the logic is set that if it be under 10, it'll try to force it.
Somewhere in there, yeah.
We're not going to hit that.
You're right. It's somewhere around like 8 or 9 or 10. I don't remember exactly. So 23 is too much to waste the time getting extra battles. We're just going to move on and take it and go from here.
So real brief, some more plot stuff. The cutscene that we're skipping here is one where one of the big things about the religion of Spira is that they don't like machina machines. And the Al Bhed, who the mysterious girl that kidnapped us earlier is, and also the people that kidnap Yuna, is that they use the machina in order to, do things. And Waka gets really, really annoyed at Maester Seymour because they're using machina for this fight against Sin. And he's like, but that's heresy, it's blasphemy. And Seymour's just like, pretend you didn't see it. Because, that's a reasonable thing to say, I guess.
That's not something a maester should say.
I'm with Waka on this one. A little bit later on in the game, not so much, but
yeah,
he's got a point here.
He's got a point. All right, coming up on that menu again, and we're going to go real fast. So the first thing we're going to do is sell items, then sell some weapons, and then buy a weapon that'll carry us through the rest of the game for the most part. So talking to Owaka here, got any items? Cool, that looks great. Cool, how about some weapons? We'll sell a few of those. That seems fine. Reach a certain amount, and then we buy a weapon, and
there we
we're
go.
on our way.
Another really quick thing I'll just point out because it happened so fast, and that blew my mind. You have an option when you buy a weapon if you want to equip it right away. So it's already on Orin. We don't have to equip it later on. But there will be another one we have to buy later where you don't want to put it on Orin for reasons. And yeah, so very cool stuff there.
Yep.
So this is the Sin-Spawn GUI fight. There's a bunch of things that we're trying to juggle in this. We have to make sure that some people get enough experience. We're using the Kimahri self-destruct here. In an ideal world, that would have been a crit because it managed to save us a lot of time. As is, we're going to be summoning Veil 4 using the Kamehameha wave, and then if Kimahri had crit, then it would have just immediately killed.
Only one. Since
it didn't, the attacks that GUI is going to do is actually going to charge up Chicken's Overdrive once more, and it means that we're going to be able to use the energy, the Kamehameha wave again. No, like the fact that we didn't get the crit costs about a minute 30 or so, because all of these attacks and animations can be like pretty slow, combined with like using the overdrive a second time.
Oh no.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Not that. My method of communicating with you about what we're talking about next is trying to fight with airplane mode now. So.
Oh.
If I disappear from the Discord, just, it's fine.
We're all here together.
We're here. We're having a great time. We're raising money for Nami. And we are about 3 minutes, I want to say, away from the next donation incentive, which is the name for Ixion, the electric horse. How are we doing on that, by the way? The Ixion donation incentive. Are we... what's in the lead is what I want to know. I can't see the donations or the chat, so...
According to my tracker, we've actually got a tie between Charlie and Namicorn. So,
Oh my gosh.
we're
if you want,
I
if
go
you
with
want,
Namicorn.
if you want one of those names or a different
Namicorn.
name, now's your chance to donate in.
We're going to need someone to break that tie by donating for charity.
Yep.
So this
So,
is the
this fight
this
here
is the
against
slow
Gooey
version.
2?
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it, Titan?
Yeah, so this is the one that we wanted to get the unit overdrive for. Unit's overdrive is something called Grand Summon, which will let you summon an Aeon at full overdrive already, which is really useful because then we just get to Kamehameha GUI and it just dies. Unfortunately, because we don't have the overdrive because of the, everything that's happened, we just have to let Seymour kind of go in and shock it to death.
Take care of it for us.
Yep. That's actually the first time in the CSR run that we've seen Seymour. It's definitely not going to be the last, though.
Yeah, he was in our party. He's probably a good guy. I think it's fine.
He seems pretty powerful. I don't know. We
yeah.
might want to invite him along.
Yeah, maybe put him in the party.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I can't think of anything wrong or weird that he would do, right?
nothing at all. Like he's totally on board with us. So I'm going to show off a thing here where we're going to do some really tight movement on the second half of this area. We're also looking for a certain battle so we can charge again Kimari's Overdrive. Actually, first battle, perfect. But what we're going to do is there is it's kind of called the Chocobo Push. I don't know that there's a formal name for it. Where there's going to be a person riding a Chocobo that comes up from behind us, and we can follow the exact path that she is also going to follow. And the Chocobo is going to push us and not quite double our speed, but we're going to go a fair bit faster here. You generally try to do it as an RTA runner just because it saves you some frames. But we're going to do it with some pretty good precision. There is a theoretical skip that could be done, and it's been done once with like some mega tools, some really precise like loading save states and moving frame perfect movement, one frame after another, and then reloading if you mess it up. Where you could, in theory, skip the entire Jose temple here that we're coming up on. But it has only been done once, and it can't even be replicated with the same tools that did it the first time. Here comes, after this battle, the push. And so I did actually program to see how reasonable it was. And we have to be pushed about 50 units of distance from here. And the push is just not reasonable. And I tried it, and I changed it by like one frame of change, and I changed it by one frame. Just could never get it. So it's still theoretically possible, but it's considered impossible both by the RTA community and all the testing that I've done around it. So just maybe that's something we can revisit in the future. Maybe we'll get it. Don't really know. But yeah, and like about 30 seconds to that donation incentive on Ixion. But yeah, one more trials.
This one's pretty
We're
straightforward.
just going to
Do
do
we
a bit
wanna-
more leveling up here.
Yeah. I guess we do have a spear grid here. I don't know if maybe do some more announcements or something during this temple also. If you're up with that, or if you're good with that.
Sure thing. Got some donations, $25 from Sterner Stock. This is definitely Keepa's fault. Lurby Masta with $25 says, "This is why I don't trust Machina."
Oh, that's great.
That's very appropriate.
That's a
Say a
good
prayer
one.
to Yevon.
We need the name, by the way.
We do need the name.
Oh,
there.
right. Let me refresh the page one more time.
All right, get that ready over here.
Our winning name for Ixion with $50 is Charlie.
Charlie. Go to Candy Mountain, Charlie.
LIE.
Yeah. So
Yes.
real
Okay.
brief. Real brief. The way that we're doing the names is we actually just have like a JSON file on the computer, and every time that we go into one of the naming screens, it loads up the JSON file and sees if there's a name that we're changing it to.
Yep.
Which is how, while the code is still running, we're able to tell it in real time sort of what to change the name to,
Yeah.
without having to compile it in.
I can bring that on the screen here really quick while we're going, just to show that you should be able to see on the top right side that there's, ooh, and then it did that.
You're good.
Yeah. So you can see the names that we've got here. These two, unfortunately, were overwritten when we had to load into the game 3 times. But the rest of them should be good to continue going. But yeah, so Charlie is all loaded, ready to go.
Perfect.
Give us maybe 2 more.
We've got a couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
$25 from Jay. That says heart. $100 anonymous donation with no comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heart back to you.
$25 from an anonymous donor. This TAS run is so cool. I'm really digging the behind-the-scenes look. Yeah, me too.
I think there's a little bit of that thought process of the one thing we were not planning on showing is the thing that's been the most exciting this run.
And we've got $15 from Ferric Fox that says, Python, the mob you didn't expect to have to fight this run. You're doing great showcasing Final Fantasy X and TAS. Keep up the good work and enjoy. We
Thank
will.
you.
Love you, Ferric. That's my partner.
Awesome. Yes,
Yeah.
keep going if you got them.
$25 from Houston Hoosier. That just says Candy Mountain.
Thank you. One other thing that, I mean, it's just showing it off constantly through the run is the movement tech and how precise we can be with some of the movement. You may occasionally see that we bonk into a wall. Just pretend like that didn't happen. But in general, like you can kind of see how precisely we're moving up to this pedestal or that hole in the wall with the glyph sphere or whatever it may be. And it's all just due to like, and he actually donated earlier, but how well inverted programmed that piece to take all the different factors into movement and get them into what is the best way to move here. So just that's one of the things that's just, it's constantly happening and you don't think about it, but from the programming perspective and how long we stressed about that and worked on that until we finally got it right, it was it's kind of amazing how precise he is. And again, we'll show that off again later in the run where we have 2 spots that we can't touch and we just zoom right between them because it's the fastest way to go and there's no danger because of how precise the movement is. But yeah, and I guess there's not going to be a lot happening in the task for a little bit, so I'm going to talk about kind of the generations of this project. The first generation, there's 5 gens effectively to this project, generations, versions, whatever you want to call it. But I kind of separate them into 5 generations. Where the first one was I was just trying to figure out how to make it work. Here comes, oh no. Well, we've got C. It did not
press the A button.
For H, A, R, L, and I. So we have.
It moved to them.
It did. Oh well.
Oh boy.
Charlie got a name truncation. It's fine. Nothing wrong. This is perfect. But we'll go back and figure that out. But yeah, so 5 generations. The first one, we were figuring out what we were doing. I was using some other software. This was before I even thought about Python. And it would just read the pixel color on the screen. And then it would make a decision based on that pixel. And usually about 5 or 6 pixels in 5 or 6 different positions on the screen to figure out what was happening and how to respond to it. And then it would do a very predefined set of movements, stop, figure it out again, do the next set of movements, stop, figure it out again. And that first generation, although we did get a complete run, it needed some human help, more than actually we've done today, and also resulted in about a 15-hour run. Which is, at that point, you're just diving into sleep deprivation, and you're diving into, as a human, everything is horrible, but for a TAS, I mean, it can go overnight and it's fine. But then when I presented that to, I think it was the TASBot community grader, they were like, wait a minute, you didn't program this with your own code? What are you doing? You need to write your own code. And it's like, oh yeah, I probably should write my own code. It took about 2 or 3 weeks and figured out how to make that work with the controller and things like that. So that generation 2 was basically taking that same pretty bad logic and moving it into Python. And then I presented that, and it was still faster. It was still about a 12, 13-hour run. But then they said, wait a minute, you weren't reading from memory. Why aren't you reading from memory? And I was like, oh, I guess I should read from memory. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just making this up as I go. And so then I took some time to learn how to read from memory, and now we're, I think the first of it was actually just where are people on the map, XY coordinates. And so that's why we talk about that quite a bit. And so, yeah, we eventually got it to where it reads out of memory, and that was generation 3. Most everything was reading out of memory, and there was no reading pixel colors on a screen, which, by the way, was really bad for a lot of reasons. Gen 4 is basically improved logic, taking out all the very, very safe, very scripted stuff and putting in actual data logic from the actual guide that Titan wrote. And then Gen 5 is where we take it to the next level of not just responding to what's happening, but even looking ahead and making decisions based on what is going to happen as opposed to making decisions based on what has happened. And so that's where we're kind of at now, is in that Gen 5 phase of kind of seeing where we can improve look-ahead logic, we call it, and going from there. So it's really been over the course of 3 years of all of my free time and all of my connecting from work back to there just to see if it's still running and things like that. All of my free time. It's been absolutely insane. And if anyone from work is watching, I promise I'm not. Jesus, whatever. But yeah. So. Oh.
I mean, the idea that you could program a computer to play a game as complex as this one, as optimally as you have done so, is unreal.
Yeah.
Absolutely unreal.
But when I started, I thought there was no way we would ever be this close, but we've actually, let's see, the world record for this category outside of Setseed is right around 3 hours. It was around 3 hours.
1 minute.
Yeah, that's what it is now. It was around 3 hours, 4 minutes, and we beat that 3 times, and then Crimson went and got another new record, and so it kind of invalidated that.
Well, and that is also loadless, right?
Yes.
So
that's
probably
loadless.
more like 311 or 310-ish.
310-ish with loads, with the game having to load it up. But yeah, so we actually beat the record 3 times. We can never hold the record because it is a TAS, and that's part of the definition of holding the world record is you have to be a human player. But we did beat it 3 times, and now those have been beaten by a human player again. How dare he? But yeah, so
Are we 100% sure Crimson Inferno is a human? I'm not sure.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Just
I'm pretty
checking. He seems pretty good at this video game.
I was gonna say I feel sure, but then again, he's like European, so we're. Shout out to a lot of the
we've got
speedrunners from Europe. There's the majority. I would say at least 2/3 of the community is European or of some kind. So go ahead.
Yep. So we've been having this extractor fight here, and if it looks like the Obliterator, you're right, it does. But this, we mentioned way earlier, if we had a Thunder Weapon on your Tias or Waka, it would save time. This is the fight that it would save a lot of time in. Because we don't have those, we're going to be trying to end the fight with Waka's Overdrive, which is going to do a lot of damage, and it's going to stop the extractor from rising up again, because that's really slow.
First try.
So
first try,
we should
first
be
try.
getting a perfect first try Thunderball Overdrive.
This maybe won't kill it, but it'll get it like right at the kill threshold.
Yeah, and Titus should finish it off here.
Yeah. But, one more.
And oh, okay.
Working as intended, everybody.
As intended. We're going to this just as blind as you are. Who knows what the computer is going to do next?
Exactly. So.
That had to have been really 228. It was really close.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and then we, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like really interesting things with how is like doing everything because Wilson's put a bunch of time in it. I've put a bunch of time into making it as algorithmic as possible. So theoretically, it should be able to take into account any situation that we come across and be able to progress in a way that'll actually finish a run. And the number of completed runs, like when I first joined the project, it was like what, a like 3% success rate?
Yeah, 5% completed runs, rate. Something like that.
Yeah. And now we're at, practically every single run can be completed or would have been completed with, maybe one additional if statement in there.
Yeah.
So the code's been pretty robust. That being said, like I said before, we're kind of going to be seeing what happens in this run the same time that you guys are, because we haven't run this seed before.
Yeah.
So this will be interesting.
There's one spot during this run where it would, in theory, add up till almost 20 minutes of time if we didn't line up well with RNG. But we programmed in a backup specifically for that and for this marathon, and we'll bring that up later. But everything else that we're going to see here today is going to be decided on by the TAS, and we didn't have any influence in making it happen.
Yep. So in terms of like plot, Yuna's kidnapped again by the extractor. And the person that kidnapped her is, surprise, surprise, the mysterious girl from all the way back in the beginning, whose name is Riku. He's actually Yuna's cousin, and she is an Albed. Riku is a really, really broken character, it turns out. Primarily because of her, she's got 3 really useful things. 2 of them we've already seen way back in the beginning. She's got steal and use, which lets us, steal items, which is useful not only for getting items that are going to be useful for us later, but it can also be used to manipulate RNG values to a much finer degree than we would be able to otherwise. She can use items, which is also really powerful because items are kind of broken. And then her overdrive is mix. And we're going to be using mix a lot because it is so incredibly varied and powerful. Before the current route that we're running here,
that's how we won the game.
Speedrunning route actually utilized Riku to a much, much greater degree than what we do now. But then a few years ago, there was a major reroute, and we use her less, but she's still extremely important. Everything that's going on here is kind of just like plot stuff.
Yeah.
We're in Guadasalam, which is the home of the Guados. Which it's actually an interesting thing about Final Fantasy X is that nobody has last names, it's just their species name. So we've got Kimari Ronso, Seymour Guado, Yuna Human, spoiler, Titus Spirit. But yeah, we're running around a lot. We're in the far plane, which is where we get to see sort of the memories of our past, of people past. And also, Seymour has decided to propose to Yuna to stop her from doing her pilgrimage and to bring peace to all of Spira. Titus doesn't like this, but he's not entirely sure why. I mean, he's a teenage boy. Can you really blame him?
He has his priorities, whatever they may be.
Yeah, but we're running around a lot, and now we're in the Thunder Plains. The Thunder Plains is a really interesting spot to be in. But we have, these random lightning strikes that are going to be occurring a lot, and what do you know? We perfectly dodged it. How did we do that?
I was just wondering that.
It's just black magic. Nothing. Oh, no. Actually, so what happened there is that the memory, or the TAS is reading in memory, not if it's dodgeable, because I could never find that. I looked for like a day for that, and could not find if we can dodge some kind of flag in memory. So instead, what was the key to finding this is that there is this book in the agency that has the number of times lightning has struck at you. And I was like, well, wait a minute. If there's a number on the screen, I can usually find that in memory because that's how it's stored. So I added one to that, and sure enough, that number went up. And so then I found that and continued to do that until I was very sure that, okay, this is the one in memory that is recording how many times lightning has struck at you. Bonus points it goes up at the start of the strike and not after the, results. And so because of that, it's that strike plus 2 frames to hit the button. Apparently they've programmed in 2 frames from when you can dodge to actually when you can dodge, from when the strike hits to when you can dodge. So 2 frames, and then you hit the button, and it's a perfect dodge every time. Except if you're coming out of battle, which then you're trying to get into the menu and then you don't dodge because you're hitting the wrong button. But hopefully that won't happen. Perfect dodging.
Wow, that was
Imperfect
right
dodging.
on
Right
cue.
there. Yeah.
That happens. That happens sometimes just in normal runs too, though, where it's like you swear that lightning bolt loaded up like while you were coming back from the battle, and you just
Yeah.
have no way of dodging it.
I'll be right back.
So, but if the task stands in one spot, which we do this for the Nemesis run, and we would have been doing it as the backup if we had failed Blitzball and then not loaded the game and then not loaded the game and then not. So there's a spot where you can stand where you do not move even when you dodge. And so we kind of go and hook ourselves in there and then just dodge when it does it and wait for 50 dodges and then pick up some magical power. Oh, menu. That menu happened.
Yeah. Literally blinked and you missed it.
Yeah. And so we do have a way to make it completely consistent when we're in one spot. But there are some weird little glitches around when you're coming out of battle, or, I don't know what happened there because that looked like it should have dodged. But yeah.
I think it was still doing the healing checks and figuring that out when the lightning struck.
Yeah. So what happened there is we basically confused the task into
Got that
thinking
one.
about something else. And see, this is the kind of thing that TASBot would never do. TASBot is perfect and immortal. So, but unfortunately, our task is not quite so immortal. And yeah, we did not get the perfect dodge there for magical reasons.
The TAS also knew to buy extra grenades to get some extra speed spheres here, it looks like, so
Yep.
that was cool.
And we're trying to recharge Riku.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a few things that we want to get in the next couple of areas. A major theme throughout a lot of the rest of the run, up until a point, is going to be getting Riku's Overdrive charged. And this spot here is a really good place to sort of try to catch up on speed spheres. And we did some math in the shop. We realized, okay, we're X amount short. Each grenade is worth roughly 2 speed spheres, so we're going to get 2 extra grenades and try to use them. Luckily, we got a double brewer fight, so we don't actually need to take more of them because that kind of got us the speed spheres that we needed. Other than that, we need a light curtain because it's useful for battles later.
Yep.
And we're just gonna kind of be running through until we get to the next area. We're going to be doing some more steals and manipulations.
Yep.
There's also a money floor that you need to leave that shop with so that you can buy something a little further on too. So that's a really interesting thing to have to do on the fly as a real runner, and I'm sure it was an interesting thing to program into the task as well.
Yeah, it's really fantastic when you program a number and say, make sure you have this much money, and then it runs through that section and you don't have enough money. It's infuriating.
Yeah.
I think in that scenario, there was no possible way to sell things and still have enough. But that was a nightmare when that one happened too. Let me talk really quick about steals here. We are looking for 2 specific enemies, one being a Chimera and the other being a blue elemental. And what we're going to try to do is steal an item there, the one being water from the blue elemental, the other being ice, to try to cover all of our bases for what the next boss is going to bring us, which is a fight that's going to be one of the 4 elements randomly chosen. That was a nightmare in Gen 1, but
Yep.
but then if we don't get one of the steals, we will still continue on because we still have a 75% chance that it will be one of the 3 other elements the first time, and then if not, we can cycle it, and then it's like a 1 in 16 chance that we're still stuck. So we have a 1 in 16 chance that we're going to have a bad fight here, which is still pretty good odds. So that's what we're looking for.
I also this is a good spot, I think, to talk about how we're escaping from battles.
Yeah.
So really early on in the run, we learned Flee on Titus. But
Nice.
the thing is that, at least in this portion of the run, we're not always guaranteed that Titus will be at the right amount of time for us to be able to escape.
Yep.
That's actually a really good escape RNG manip that we can talk about.
Yep.
But oh my God, Chimera just, there we go.
So first of all, what happened
the
there,
task
Titan?
will do.
Titan, describe what happened there, and then tell us why that's important.
With the character switch?
Yes. So Orange switched out for Waka. Why?
So one of the RNGs that we mentioned a long while back is each of the character RNGs. And one of the things that it controls is your escape likelihood. So when we're determining that we need to flee, we need to escape rather than having Titus flee, we can look at the RNG value and determine if the escape is actually going to be successful or not. If it is, great, we can just go. If it isn't, then we can swap to somebody who will be successful and use them instead. So that's one of the ways that it can sort of figure out that, like, yeah, we should, adjust on the fly to us being able to escape. Additionally, like, if Titus is in the party and we need to escape, then it'll know to, immediately swap him in and flee. If he's in the party and he's able to do actions, like he's not berserk, paralyzed, confused, asleep, etc., then, we'll just defend until we get to him. If he is any of those statuses and he wouldn't be able to flee, then we can start escaping with characters. So it's kind of determining everything on the fly based on the current state about whether or not we can proceed and how to best get out of the fights.
Yeah.
Which is good.
And that's where that RNG array comes in, because each character's escape chance is a different value from each other character. And so that's why we do that.
We got another fast menu here.
Fast menu.
One of the reasons I like this one is I literally just had it spam A for like all of that. Because that's all you have to do.
All right, so elemental battle, it's going to be pretty straightforward, and we're going to finish it with well, let's see if it's straightforward. Did we get the blue element still? I didn't see.
I don't think so.
No, we only have 3 out of 4.
So we're
So we have
75.
25% chance to do the backup draft.
Yep.
With how this run is going, I wouldn't be surprised.
Nothing to see here. It's all perfect.
It's going to be fine. We just don't want to see lightning
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah.
in
Right.
So
reaction
we're
to
using the
this.
grenade in order to deal a bit of damage. Oh my god. The 25%.
So Lulu's going to come in and use the opposing element, which normally we wouldn't do because we'd have all 4. It would be fine. I am
Elemental shift, now it's switching again.
And now Riku comes in again. I think
And-
somebody else does the attack to trigger it.
Yeah.
Or it's going to soft
I also
lock.
want it. Is it really in a soft lock?
Okay, no, because it got thunder again. So what happened there is we read in memory what the new element was. Normally you would have to attack and then see what the response is and then know. So now we got
watch the speed, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah. That was a mixed menu. It was really fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's actually like crazy how fast it is. You can barely even see the items being selected. But since we know exactly where the items are, you can actually see sort of all the printouts of where the cursor is and where it needs to go.
Yeah.
We can just very, very quickly go to it.
So we actually got the 1 in 4 chance to get the wrong element, and then we got the 1 in 4 chance again, so 1 in 16 chance to get the wrong element again, and then it finally cooperated and put it to something else. So that's what happened there.
That was some good programming right there.
Thank you.
Yep.
I am not panicked at all. But we totally could have game overed there. Cool. I think this is a good time because we're going to go into another battle here, but it is 100% scripted and 100% the way that an RTA would do it. So,
Well, no, it might be doing. You remember? You changed that.
oh, that's right.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't actually seen this part of the code.
and it may not happen just because we're desynced, but on the seed that we were supposed to be running, there is a situation where on the Seymour fight that comes up after this, we would attempt to steal and we would get a critical steal, which does not give us the things we want. So I programmed in, and this was just a few days ago now, effective of the run. Sorry if you're watching the YouTube VODs later. But just a few days ago, we added code where if it's going to be critical steal in the future, we are going to now do a steal on this fight instead, just to advance that one time and get out of that undesirable state of we're not getting the thing we want. So I don't know if it's going to do it here because a critical steal is like a 1 in 8 chance, so it's already 7 in 8 chance of getting what we want anyway. But we will see on this next fight.
Mechanically, something else really interesting just happened. Kamari just learned steal as well, and he learned use, which Riku has exclusively had those abilities until now. So now Kamari is kind of functioning as a second Riku, except for the mixed stuff, obviously.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
here
it's one of the really interesting things about the sphere grid and the way that we use it in the speedrun, in that in the standards, each kind of has their own location, and until you get really late in the game, you're typically never going to be using other locations very much. We just kind of ignore all of that and just keep on going. We know exactly what we want, we know how to get to it, and Kamari getting steal is the end use is there. So this is the crawler fight. We have to kill the negator, otherwise we can't use any magic, and it becomes really, really annoying. But the interest here is let's use an overdrive on this Pheromorph. But we're going to need to use another overdrive here. Whenever the crawler is attacked with a lightning thing, like you see here, it's going to do a counterattack of the assault, and that does a lot of damage and will fully overdrive the gauge up a lot. So we're effectively just keep on using Phoenix Downs on Riku.
we got the logic.
So that oh, nice. Keep on using Phoenix Downs on Riku so that she'll charge up the overdrive, and we can use it on. We can use the mix before the crawler would just completely demolish us.
So Kimari's going to steal here. That steal doesn't matter at all for the item that we're stealing here. It matters because we're manipulating the Seymour fight that comes after this. So, oh wait, did I spoil that? That Seymour, there's going to be a fight with Seymour?
Yeah, I think everybody knew. It's okay.
I'm so sorry if this is your first time playing this game. If it is, please stop and go play this game. It's really good.
Yeah, we are. I do like, if you haven't played this game before, I do highly recommend playing it. It has got a great plot, even if we are making fun of it at points. That's just because we've played it so much. It has a good battle system. It's a lot of fun to do. Yeah. And if anybody's interested in speedrunning it, there is a speedrunning Discord that everybody's really nice, always willing to help out. There's a set of notes where if you read and follow exactly what the notes say, I guarantee you can finish a run.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, so we are
let me plug one more thing while we're on the plug train. Is that if you want to get into the tasking of this run or see how we did the code or maybe even apply it to another game, we have this as open source code on GitHub. Come find us on the Discord. We'd be happy to show you what we've got so far and where we're at with this. It's definitely been a team project, and we want to be inclusive in that. So yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So we're doing another sphere grid here. We're just sending Titus to the gym, and this is using the strength sphere that we got from winning Blitzball. +4 strength matters a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot, but kind of because of how stats in this game work and everything multiplies, that +4 strength adds up to be a lot of extra damage. So much so that if you don't have that node, there's a significant number of fights that you have to sort of redo. Or not redo, but rather do a lot differently. Yep. Yeah, we're about to get into the Seymour fight.
I want to say
I
want to say let's throw it to see if we've got one donation we can squeeze in.
Yeah, one donation.
Sure. Axodan donates $125, inching towards that FFX Skip Showcase incentive. We're just over the halfway mark, but we've still got a lot of donations to go there. So keep them coming.
Keep them coming.
Thanks, Exodus.
Yep. We're going to be using a relatively new strategy here, which makes this fight a lot safer.
Go ahead. You got this.
Yeah. So we're going to be using a relatively new strategy here. This fight's actually a three-phase fight. So the first phase, we're going to be using Kamari's Stone Breath, which is something we learned from Basilisk ago. Really, really broken. Unfortunately, it doesn't really work on bosses. but we use it to just destroy the other Guados, which is going to make things a lot nicer. Titus is going, is tasting himself like he's doing a lot, also talks in order to get more strength. And then what our plan is this is all sort of set up for the second part of this fight, which is Anima, Seymour's personal Aeon. Actually his mother, but that's like a whole mess that don't really have time to get into now.
Yeah.
The thing with the second phase of this fight, Anima has sort of two modes. One is the pain and one is the boost. Pain will KO whoever it targets, so we really don't want to target Titus. A lot of what we're doing in this section here, and what we have been doing, is manipulating all the turn orders. Nice. Manipulating all the turn orders so that Titus can get the most amount of actions while being as possible. And that steal from Kamari, one that we are only doing because we know it's going to get the silence grenade here, and we should be also getting it on the next one too.
Looks like it would have failed the
never
steal,
mind.
so Riku just said, no, I'm not going to steal here. I'm going to... Ooh, we got a miss.
But one set of the silence grenades is better than none.
Yeah, for sure.
Miss on this fight has been happening to me way too much lately.
Yeah.
And yeah, it does happen every once in a while.
The nice thing that we have an advantage here over an RTA...
Oh, Riku died. Oh.
It's fine. It's probably fine.
It's fine. It's going to be more backup strats, basically.
Is that we can actually see if that fourth attack that has to land will land or not, and swap out Titus, even though, like, according to the speedrun guide, it says, if the other three land, you're going to do the fourth attack. But we can see if it's going to land or not, and actually swap him out when an RTA runner could not. So I do have to say, though, that the logic for this came from the RTA community, so we're technically not cheating, because you could map this out all the way from the beginning of the game and see if that attack
there we go. It
would
worked
land.
that time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome to the party, Nami.
Yay, Nami.
Yep.
Just really quickly, what we missed out on there was Riku is supposed to eat a Thundara and recharge her Overdrive once again. So I'm guessing the TAS will figure out how to do that later.
Hopefully Wendigo will take care of it. Otherwise, we'll do a little bit extra in the desert coming up.
Yeah. Wendigo usually does take
it's
care
got
of it.
backup strats to sort of figure that all out.
Yep.
But yeah, now's a good time if you've got anything. We've got a few minutes.
Okay, looks like we've got a $6 donation with no comment from an anonymous donor. Thank you very much. $10 from Shiner CCC that says Mothman. And Jim donates $25 as well with no comment. Thank you very much.
Awesome. We aren't close to it yet, but we do have a Bahamut incentive coming up as well. How are we doing on that? Who's leading that?
Please say Cupcake.
It looks like the current leader is Cupcake.
Yeah.
Yes. Let's go.
Let's go. Keep them coming if you got them.
Yeah, don't forget about that Skip Showcase. We need more donations for that.
Definitely.
I'm just gonna say too, if you have not seen the if you've seen the speedrun before, but you haven't seen it in the last couple of years, and you're a fan of Bahamut, you are going to really, really enjoy the last hour or so of the speedrun.
Yep.
Cupcake.
So, so we did just get Nami into our party. Do you want to say more things about Nami?
A little bit. Nami, normally the default name is Shiva, but Nami is our ice elemental Aeon, so that now gives us a fire with Ifrit, or RPG LB. It gives us electric with Ixion, and it gives us ice with... sorry about that. It gives us ice with Shiva, and we will not be getting a water elemental, so we'll leave that to speculation for today. But yeah, tell us about Nami.
Or did you want to talk about this next part? Because I know this is pretty big coming up movement-wise. I'll leave it up to you, but...
I'll talk about it after we learn about Nami, I think.
Sure. 1 in 5 Americans live with a mental health condition. We at RPG Limit Break are proud to be raising money for NAMI. NAMI stands for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. a charity who works tirelessly towards cracking the code of mental illness through various means, such as education, leadership, and increasing availability of care. Please join RPG Limit Break in supporting this worthy cause.
Yeah, so what you just saw there is called the escape sequence. It's one of the few areas in the game where other characters are actively moving towards your character. And the idea there is that you're supposed to get, when they catch up to you, you get an encounter. And if you stand there long enough, you effectively can get encounter after encounter after encounter. With perfect movement, which is why the movement tech is so exciting and interesting, you can actually get 0 encounters there and run just perfectly around that curved area as the camera's moving, as you're moving, as the controls, the direction of up moves slightly this way or that way. And the TAS just absolutely blows it away and smashes that perfect movement requirement to get out of there. Yeah.
You can do it as a human runner. It takes a lot of practice.
A lot of practice.
Yep.
I have 2 completed runs in this game, and I've been on the leaderboard in 2 different, like a last place, and then I think I'm somewhere in like the 30s now on the leaderboard for this category, and like I always get an encounter, so every time. Even though I literally programmed it to be perfect, I can't do it myself.
Oof, this is really interesting. Titan, do you want to talk about this fight? This is one of my favorite fights in the game.
Yeah, so this is the Wendigo fight. It's actually like pretty scary, but things have been mathed out really well. So basically, Titus is doing a lot of damage for this point of the game. After the light curtain gets put on him, we have enough HP that Wendigo shouldn't be able to kill him. However, there's still a chance that it happens if the Wendigo for some reason gets 2 attacks off, or if a Blizzard happens on Titus, and we kind of want that to occur. Yeah, so you see 49 HP, it's really close, the crit's good, but what the other characters are aiming to do throughout all of this is keep Titus at full, and if possible, get us do something else like that. Lulu dies, that's fine. It does not matter for her. Unfortunately, she wasn't ever attacked there, so we didn't get her overdrive charged.
Yeah.
But something that you'll see happen a lot of times is we want to also remove the chance of Wendigo attacking Titan, and it's more likely that we can die. So the other characters will just use Phoenix Downs on whoever's dead, assuming that Titus is at full HP. There's a lot of balancing, and the task needing to figure out what do I prioritize here? How can I figure out what to do? What health does Wendigo at? Because if the Wendigo is low enough HP, then maybe we don't actually have to heal Titus, and it saves time that way. But yeah, really, there's a lot more to that fight than kind of meets the eye, and it's also a really common place for newer runners to die on because they forget to grid the HP and then they just instantly die.
I've done that.
But yeah,
TAS has done that.
Yeah.
We've all died to Wendigo.
But we're kind of past all that point. We did also kind of kill Seymour, who was the leader, one of the major races there. So kind of wanted fugitives at this point because nobody believes that Seymour was trying to kill us first.
Oh, so that's good though, because now that we've killed Seymour, we're not going to see him again, right?
I mean, I couldn't see why we would.
Yeah, it seems
right?
ridiculous to think about that.
Yeah, when people die, they generally tend to stay dead,
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
Yep. But now we're in the Bikanal Desert because we were kind of all separated. Yuna's been kidnapped again because I swear that's all that she knows.
I think
to do.
I think she's earned a free kidnapping on her kidnapping punch card at this point.
Yeah.
And there's a few things that we're trying to aim for in the desert here. There's a certain number of throwables that we need, including at least 2 sleeping powders. So we're going to be trying to steal those when we can.
Yeah.
There's if we don't have enough power or speed spheres, which you can look at the console, it seems like we're good on that.
Totally good there.
This is a good place to sort of use extra items in order to get them here. But you can see that it is saying that, yeah, we need more items to steal, and we also need to get Riku charged. So it's going to be trying to do that during the course of this, because we need Riku to be charged for a fight that's coming up rather soon.
Yeah.
Something that we're doing a lot in this area is the weapon that we bought from Awaka the last time we saw him is the Sonic Steel, which gives Titus first strike. First strike means that no matter what, he's going to be going first. And that's useful because most of the time we want to flee from the battles. So if Titus is going first, then we're always going to be able to flee, whether it's a preempt, ambush, or whatever. But if we need something to occur, like doing a steal or throwing an item or whatever to farm, we can just use Titus, swap out, and then swap Titus back in order to flee. So you can see here we're kind of doing the same thing, where we're trying to charge up Riku, so we're manipulating who can escape, how they can escape, so that Riku gets attacked and we charge up the overdrive.
Yeah.
There's also if you look at the number of additional items needed before home is -2. There is a bug right now where it always goes to -2 instead of 0, and it's not a less than or equals to issue. It just kind of happens. Haven't figured that out yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hopefully this charges Riku up here.
There we go.
Perfect.
So now we're back to
So now there shouldn't be anything else that we need to do in the desert.
Yeah. And we are going to be in the desert for probably another 2 or 3 minutes until we get to the next cool thing, which is right at the end. So I think this would be a good time to throw it over to the host.
Sure, we've got some more donations here.
Awesome.
iGox donates $150 with no donation comment, but thank you very much. There's another $100 from an anonymous donor, also with no comment. Rilgon donates $20, waiting for player donation, $20. Done donating. Now for the skip incentive.
Let's go.
Essentia has donated $50. It's hard to believe that it's been 14 years since I first speedran Final Fantasy X, when the run was almost 11 hours long.
Yes.
You guys are making me want to start running it again.
You should.
This is a really good time.
It is significantly shorter now, even without CSR.
Yeah, for sure. This is a really good time to get into it compared to the Dark Ages. Keep them coming.
Sure. $50 from Obake. Totally ready for a cozy week of RPG runs. So glad to be donating towards Nami again. Here's to the skip showcase.
Let's definitely get
How
that.
are we doing
Matt.
on the skip showcase?
1 second, let me refresh. Well, we're about $1,900, so we've made a lot of progress in the last few minutes.
Ooh,
but
almost there.
We've got $1,000 to go. Let's keep it coming.
$1,000, and we've got about, I want to say, 45 minutes left in the run, maybe a little less. So definitely, this is the time. If we're going to make that happen, get those donos in.
There's still so much cool stuff coming up, including on this screen, which is probably the newest discovery in the run. So you almost certainly haven't seen this.
Yeah.
You want to describe it?
Yeah, so this is going to be the latest significant change to the run, which actually goes all the way back to Kilika. There was another Auron Overdrive there. That's the last time we'll see that. But all the way back in Kilika, we used to go out of our way to get an extra chest. We no longer do that because we no longer need it here in the desert or for a fight near here. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to walk right up to this monster right here and then stop. And we are not going to move Titus anymore. But he is going to move because he's going to be pushed by the collision detection with Riku right here. And he gets pushed through that forced encounter that nobody knew that we could skip until just about, I want to say, within the last 6 months.
Yep.
2-decade-old game. We're finding things new now.
Yeah, I was just going to say Sereth found that skip, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. He's one of the longest standing members of the community, and that's crazy. But since we are not moving Titus, or Titus, he does not trigger that.
Since we're not moving, ah ha 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 ha.
Thank you. He does not trigger that collision detection with the enemy because there's no movement, there's no momentum value wherever that is in memory. And so there is technically no collision with the enemy, no encounter start. So Riku instead just pushes us right on through and we're like, thank you very much. Move on to the next set of battles.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty
Uh,
minor thing, but the
there's-
string of events that you can do when you don't usually, or what we used to do is Kamari would have a stone breath that we would use on that second Sandragore to get through, but
Right.
not having to have that charged up. We actually used it on Seymour, and it opens up this whole like new chain of possibilities that involves going all the way back to Kilika, like you were talking
Yep.
about, and not needing to pick up that spear anymore.
And even goes forward to the Evray fight, which is the next big boss coming up.
Yep.
So a lot of things changed in like the last 3 or 4 months of their route. And it's super exciting to see. Is a game that's 21 years old is still finding new things and being rerouted.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep. All of the RNG manipulation stuff that we've been talking about and doing is only like what, year and a half old?
Something like that. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. It's been really interesting to seeing how that's all grown. But yeah, we've got these fights in home, which are the home of the Albed, and we kind of get to see how broken Stone Breath is. We can use Lancet to charge up Kamari's Overdrive, but then just immediately use Stone Breath and just end these fights. It's really fast. There's also, we're not going to see it because of CSR, but there's a major reveal happening here, which is actually the truth behind the final summoning.
Yes.
And becoming the High Summoner, because it turns out that the High Summoner dies during the course.
Spoiler alert!
This whole run's been a spoiler alert.
If you've gotten to this point and
Yeah.
you want to play the story and be surprises and reveals, maybe come back and watch the VOD of this after you've played the game. But because there are some other things we'll probably mention that, this whole run, like you said, this whole run's a spoiler alert. But yeah.
Yeah, it's actually been like the scenes are actually really good here, because this thing that Titus has been doing the whole time is like, yeah, well, make sure that you do the final summoning, and I'll do make sure that you do it and all this sort of stuff. And he just didn't know that it involved Yuna dying, and everyone else just didn't want to say it because they were feeling bad. So he's just kind of been acting like a giant jerk the entire time without realizing it. But yeah, we're in the airship now, because would it be a Final Fantasy game if it didn't have an airship run by Sid? So yeah, we're also picking up some speed distillers here, because the task determined that we need more speed spheres.
Yep.
So we just get to talk to Rin, pick those up. Again, something that it decides on its own. And we are about to do one of the actually scariest fights that is most prone to people messing up, especially because for some reason Square put an autosave here, which means if you mess up, you can't go back and fix anything.
Yeah.
I don't know why they put an autosave here, but they did. It's like the worst spot for an autosave. Anyways, we've got the Evray fight. And the thing that's tricky is that we have to be really careful about the damage that we do and the order that we do it in, because Everay's got different phases that are HP thresholds, and if we trigger those too early, we are going to straight up die.
You like that?
So we just don't want that to happen.
That's good, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah, getting a good charge there on Riku is going to save us time later, which is nice. But we're just throwing the bomb core, do a bit of damage, do some more damage,
That's fine.
get smacked, but it's all good.
If Titus takes the first hit, we have to heal him. If he takes the second hit, doesn't matter at all. It's not even
Yeah.
going to be a problem.
Haste, and then because we, again, use the Stone Breath on the Seymour fight, it means that, and because we could use the Stone Breath on the Seymour fight because we did the Sandragora skip, so we didn't have to use Kamari there, we get to Spiral Cut here in Seymour, and then that wins us the fight very easily.
Yeah.
Done.
Big chain of events that was changed by the fact that we can just scoot past that one plant in that
Yep.
one desert. Huge chain of events.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, so now we're
we are coming up on the Bahamut incentive in maybe, I want to say 2 or 3 minutes, 3 or 4 minutes. So just to get those last donations in for the Bahamut incentive, and of course that that showcase at the end where we're going to do some spicy stuff.
More money for Cupcake.
More money for Cupcake.
it's gonna be the biggest cupcake you ever saw. So we're now in Bavel, which is sort of the home of the religion that controls Spira. And we're trying to interrupt a wedding. Wedding, you might say? Oh, just Yuna and Seymour's.
Wait, but we killed
Because-
Seymour.
But he's actually just a ghost now.
Oh.
But apparently ghosts will get people that they kidnap. But we don't like that because we want to get married to Yuna. Titus is really in love but doesn't realize it. Yeah, there's a bunch we're actually doing here in the Bevel Guards fight. We used Riku with the speed distillers earlier because we needed the speed spheres. We also moving in Lulu here because we need her to get some more EXP because we're going to be using her in a sphere grid later.
Yeah. She kind
and
of
just having her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Lulu kind of becomes a mule on the sphere grid to move other people, specifically Yuna, so that we can pick up some stuff that normally Yuna wouldn't be able to get to. So we kind of just give Lulu a bunch of experience, even though she's not useful to the run at all, except maybe on a backup strat here or there. So,
Yep.
so that's where that's coming into play. Still about 2 minutes until that dono incentive, maybe a little less actually.
Yeah, and this is where we're using a lot of the consumables, a lot of the throwables that we made sure to farm in the Bikano Desert. We got 3 silence grenades from
Seymour.
Anima.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we got sleeping powders here, which again are really useful because it means that the guards can't attack us. And yeah, we're just kind of mowing through this, trying to save Yuna from being married. Unfortunately, or still kind of marries her, but you know, we skipped that cutscene so we can pretend it doesn't happen, right?
I will say, if you are interested in like going a deep dive into the story, there's a really good podcast that I watched recently called the State of the Arc podcast on YouTube, and they go like super deep into the story and the symbolism and some of the concepts, and they do it spoiler free for like the first hour and 20 minutes and then spend 10 minutes on story. So definitely shout out to those guys for the effort they put into that program. It was fantastic to watch and enjoy. Even if you've played it before and you think, oh yeah, I kind of know the story, it goes so much deeper. I mean, you have to play it probably 10 times through to pick up on some of the nuances, I feel.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this
Yeah.
is the start of the Bevel trials. So we are now ready to close the cupcake incentive. I'm so heavily invested in this name. I don't know why.
Cupcakes are so
Do I
good.
detect a bit of
Say again?
bias?
Yeah, I mean, I went into this this run thinking, you know, I don't really have any bias, and then Cupcake showed up, and I'm like, it's gotta be Cupcake.
Cupcake stole your heart.
Well, you'll be happy to know that Cupcake with $100 is the winner for the Bahamut name.
Awesome.
And I believe it is in all caps, correct?
This shows no, just
Okay.
capital C.
Never mind.
Okay, let me.
But we can make it all caps.
All right, did I spell that right? Someone double check me real quick.
You're good.
Beautiful. All right, and if everything goes well, that's the last time I'm going to touch the keyboard for the night.
We can hope.
Yeah.
We can hope.
Fingers
Yeah.
crossed.
Yeah.
It's,
now-
it's been a perfect run. I don't even know.
I completely agree.
Yes.
I mean, I don't think it's really gone wrong, right? We get to show off the full depth of the tasks.
In ways we were not planning.
Yeah. And I'm super interested as the human runner what is going to happen after this, because this is kind of we haven't really talked about why we're manipulating the RNG a ton, but this is like
Yeah.
super duper crunch time for, okay, I've been running this game for over 2 hours. It's coming down to this. Let's get this across the finish line and get this thing that I've been manipulating RNG for the last, for the whole game basically. So
Yep. We'll see what happens when we get to it because
Yeah.
it might be activate the failsafe. We don't actually know what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because
It could line up
Everything's going a bit off
perfectly. It could line up in 15 advances, and that would be horrible, but we have a backup for that. So
Yep.
it's a
Yeah.
little bit terrifying as the guy that programmed it and is invested in the success of tonight's run that we are desynced
I have
from what
faith.
we planned. So
Well, you know what it was? It's just we had it as set seed, and now we're just doing we're just not.
Yeah.
We're just doing. You're showing off that this thing can beat the game under any conditions, which is honestly even more impressive in a lot
Yeah.
of ways. So
I'm going to say nearly any because
Sure.
There are super mega edge cases.
There are some seeds that just do not like you.
That, for example, in Besaid, it's possible to get that one extra encounter after you've done everything. We did not program for that. So if that had happened, and that's part of why we did set seed, is to kind of avoid those super edge cases like that.
Of course.
If that had happened, it would soft lock. It doesn't know how to do that one specific battle for reasons. Also, if we hit a game over state, which is still possible, it does not know how to handle the game over state. It actually just keeps pressing the A button infinitely until we get hopefully through that battle again, and then like back in control of Titus. But until we get in control of Titus, it just keeps mashing A through all like the campfire scene that kind of introduces the game, and then the load. It fortunately loads it into the autosave magically, but it's still just smashing A and doesn't do any good battle logic. So it's kind of like working on accident if that happens. But yeah, that's why we wanted to do a set seed. That's why we have backup strats for tonight. But yeah, thank goodness.
So
for
real
backup
quick.
strats.
Yeah, so real quick, this is the last of the trial. Oh, not really the last of the trials. The second last of the trials that we're going to do, but it's the last one that's going to give us an Aeon. This is the one that kind of everybody hates because it's a timing minigame, and if you mess up the timing, you're just going to fall off, and you have to like redo the entire section. Getting this to work with the tasks was more complicated than you would think, because it's not one memory value that controls it, it's two memory values that control it and what direction you go on.
Well, let me correct you there. It's actually one per
three?
glyph, but some of them move at the same time. So so we picked one. Yeah, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's kind of just really obnoxious. And you have to get the timing down right so that everything wanted to, and also this is just like the longest trial.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, nobody likes this. Everybody is kind of universally.
I
does not
agree.
want
This
to do
is
this
my
trial.
least favorite by far.
Yeah. So here's a fun thought. What's the most exciting thing to do after puzzle solving? How about going to prison? Yay! That seems fine. We're going to do that. So yeah.
Although I mean, we're not going to see it. So did it really happen?
The tree falls in the forest, whatever. But yeah, so we've now officially ruined our relationship with the authorities here, and they throw us in prison, and then they kind of throw us in. Another great question: what's the best way to silence somebody? Well, let's throw them in a deep, dark pit or a bunch of water.
I mean, that's a typical. Oh no!
Oh my God!
You got this,
What is it doing?
Cupcake. Come on, Cupcake. Oh no! Okay. Oh.
I think I mentioned it before, but right now Titan's just like exploding out of frustration that it's not working right because he wrote that piece. So Kua
This is
now in our
literally
party.
the first time that I've seen that happen too. I code so much.
It's that marathon luck.
It absolutely is.
This
So,
whole run is a marathon luck.
So we were talking about getting thrown in jail a second ago, and I think it's very appropriate to just kind of talk about what's going on right now that we've got Kua, which is we're essentially jailbreaking Yuna. Is that fair to say?
yeah, I think so. She's actually going to do it herself, I feel.
Well,
Little bit.
we got Kamari into Riku territory earlier, and now we've got Yuna on Orange Sphere Grid, getting swole. So
Yeah,
here we
there you
go.
go.
It is time.
Yuna is no longer doing Yuna things.
Yuna's going to the gym, just like her wannabe boyfriend. Gotta get swole.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's actually an important reason that we're making Yuna so swole. We mentioned all the way back, 2 hours ago by this point, that the Aeons that Yuna has scale with Yuna's stats. And it turns out that Kua, who we just got, scales really, really well with Yuna's stats and her strength and stuff. So we can just use Kua and smash just about everything else for the rest of the run. And they're gonna die. But okay.
We're gonna start with Ixion though, because it's slightly faster.
Slightly faster. This is literally
Just
just
slightly faster for killing.
yeah.
These are forced encounters that you cannot run from, so
Yeah.
we just kind of take whatever the seed is going to give us, and power through. Yep.
Yeah.
So we're gonna need a total of 4 of these like farm fights in order to hit EXP thresholds.
We've got
That we
Ken
want?
and Kua.
Yeah. I think it's just like dropping input on that. I don't know why.
Yeah, we've only been running
But-
it on this
oh,
computer
well.
for about a week, so the specs are great, but for some reason something's conflicting. But yeah, we're going to be jailbreaking Una for, I want to say, about 3 or 4 minutes. So maybe let's see what's going on in the host world.
Sure, certainly. Rujasu has a $5 donation with no comment. Jay donates $100. First marathon since I got a proper job, so of course I gotta donate.
Nice.
Putting this towards the skips showcase because those are always fun. $200 from Hupfen. Here's to the RPG I liked so much more than I expected I would. It gets memed on so hard, but it's like good. Still never got all those primers though. Cheers to the Python code and the Python coders.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hupfen.
$20 from user bin PRL. If your taskball blitz game looks like this, then it's probably a keeper.
Oh my god.
I like that one, thanks.
That was great, yeah.
$25 from Feeling Krabby that says skip showcase. And $15 from Zeter. Let's go Kua.
Let's go Kua.
We're going to see a lot of powerful Kua.
Cupcake, but not.
He's on a diet.
And with those donations, we're getting closer to that skip showcase. We're about $750 short now.
You got this, chat.
Keep them coming.
Yep.
Let's go.
We're getting to the end game real fast now.
A lot of
Well,
exciting stuff coming up.
I say
too.
real fast. We've got about more than a half an hour to go, I think.
40
But
minutes, I would
still,
say.
real fast when it comes to getting those donos in.
It'll come up sooner than you expect, so get them in.
Absolutely.
It's going to be really,
Yeah.
We'll have a pretty good idea soon where we're at that way, I think. Or you will. I might not, but.
I mean, we're
Yeah,
seeing it for the
again.
first time, so everything is.
Yeah.
Taskbot, you're doing so good, buddy.
Yeah, man, keep it up.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have made all those human mistakes that I made.
Yeah. So this fight's interesting. We're fighting against Isaru, who is a character that we met, seeing that we skipped all the way back in Jose. He's also a summoner, and he's summoning Aeons as well. The thing is, he's got the same Aeons that we do, and you can only summon one at a time. And since now he's summoning his own Bahamut, we can't use our Bahamut to smash his Bahamut, which is why we had to use Ke in order to defeat him, which is also why we use Ke to hit the larvae in the maze. Because the first time that you summon an Aeon, it does a much longer animation than all the other times. It's we're able to change way back in the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
So we don't actually lose any time by summoning him and using him earlier. Which is nice. You know, it's the small things that can really add up.
It would be interesting if we were able to find that Jose skip that I mentioned earlier that's considered impossible today. How the route would change. It probably wouldn't be too significant, but we wouldn't have this Aeon because we skipped that temple.
Yeah.
So that would be an interesting thing that if it ever becomes reality magically, then that'll be interesting. But yeah.
Hilariously, the Aeons have been getting a lot of crits.
That's a good thing.
Like, that fight was actually faster than normal because it got a crit.
Yeah. Here we're going to do another bit of RNG checking, where if we get a normal steal, we will get 2 water gems, which we need some kind of gem before we hit future boss. And there's a backup strat if it doesn't happen, but we're going to check in memory to see if it's going to be a critical steal. If it is a crit steal, we don't want that item, even though it's more valuable to the game or to the casual playthrough. But if it's a normal steal, we're going to do some special logic here to force Riku to steal.
What is he doing? Why is he swimming like that?
So that was actually some Generation 3 logic. We're in Gen 5 now. I've talked about that earlier. But Generation 3, the movement tech was based on the y equals mx plus b that
Ooh,
we
it
all
failed
learned
there.
in algebra. We did what?
So it went for the steal, but it got the healing gem.
Ooh. Something's wrong in my code.
And now it's just spam
This-
defending.
This might game over.
Hey, Titus.
Hey,
use
Titus.
your
Titus
thing.
is going to defend
No,
until he
stop.
dies. Cool.
Oh my god.
All right. Reset number 3. Wait, why is he not
I've
dead?
actually never seen it do this before.
Well, yeah. This is fine. Everything's perfect. I'm just gonna
Oh well.
kill it, and unfortunately that again means that Cupcake has lost his name. Again.
They're all named that way in our hearts still, though.
In our hearts.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna go
We're still
down.
referring to them as such, so.
Yes.
Okay, so we are gonna zippity zoopity zoppity zoop forward to just after that fight, which would be in this file, and we're good to go again. So this should load us in as if we had...
So,
What's up?
you know, I was gonna say, like, what's normally supposed to happen on that fight is if we are going to get the normal steal, we steal the 2 water gems, and then it's supposed to be like a repeat of the previous fight that we had on the airship, but since it's a zombie, it's the typical like Final Fantasy, you can zombie, kill it with love by using like Phoenix Downs or elixirs on it, and the fight's typically really, really easy. You don't have to do anything about it. But that's not what happened. So, oh well.
Yep, human error and marathon
Wait,
luck.
I just have a name.
Titus may have gotten the blank name bug now. So Titus's name is
Oh,
now...
nice.
We see this all the time in the
Yeah.
cutscene remover, actually, so it's not like
Yeah.
surprising to me. But yeah, if you haven't seen it before, there's no name.
So easy on you next
And we're
time.
getting a couple more kills
Yep.
farmed off of these enemies that we're running into on the high bridge here.
So when we load it back into this position, it actually reset that counter back to 0. So it does not now remember that we killed 2 larvae earlier, unfortunately. It just means we're going to kill one thing in each battle, no matter how many battles are going to happen here. And that's
I'll be
fine.
right back.
So
Yeah.
we're totally fine. We're...
I think it might also do a Xanarkand fight.
we'll talk about that too in a second.
You with us?
But yeah, we're getting to see Seymour now for a 3rd time. Because apparently when you kill him and then run away from him, he still comes for you. So that's fine. And our remote hoster may have actually disconnected here,
I'll
I'm
go so
being
easy
told.
on you next time.
But yeah, Seymour's coming up again, but he's going to be a little easier this time. What do you think? Can we summon Kua?
I think so.
I think Kua can handle this. Maybe throw an attack at it first.
Yeah. Last time we fought Seymour, we didn't have our new best friend, and now we do. So this is Seymour's going to be in for a rude awakening here.
Yeah.
Cupcake smash.
And this also
No.
is... Go ahead.
Cat smash.
Kua smash.
Cat smash.
Oh dear.
There we go.
This also is going to be the
That was a
start
crit.
of where we manipulate RNG to get a no encounters armor. And that's going to be where I'm going to start watching the console much more closely because there's 2 factors. There's the factor of what is going to drop, and there's the factor of if it is going to drop. And it varies based on each enemy, so I don't want to dive too deep into the logic behind it. But the short version of it is we want to do steals and our own character deaths to manipulate if something is going to drop. And there's a super mega complicated way we do that. But when we're watching the console where it says RNG 10, 3, that means we need to move it forward 3 times, which is 1 character death, in order to manipulate something to drop. And then, if we and also we're doing these battles as if we'd already gotten the 2 water gems, so as a side note. So now it says RNG 10, 0, that means it's lined up that something will drop on the larger enemies in this area, or possibly the smaller ones. It looks behind the scenes, but it looks like it's not seeing it here for the small guys. So we're going to go now until we find a large enemy, and then try to get something to drop on that. And then it's going to move that will something drop, question mark, thought process. And you repeat that over and over until both something is going to drop, and it's lined up so it'll drop nicely for the enemy we're looking forward. We might actually get it to work without using the backup strap from what I'm seeing. It looks like we need 3 items to drop before we hit the Defender Xbox boss.
Defender Xbox is nice though too.
Protecting the interests of Microsoft, not sponsored.
Yeah, and if you look at the bottom left, you can actually see like the RNG that we're trying to attack.
Yeah.
And sort of like the actions that we're trying to do.
And we could go into some detail about how it's divided up in the Calmlands because it's such a large area. There are actually 3 areas with 4 encounter maps. But the short version of it is we're just looking for the big guys, and if we can get a big guy here, we can advance that by getting something to drop. Luck does not appear to be on our side at the moment, though. Not that it has been all night.
Keep it full at all. Blame everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Totally keep us fault.
Yep.
So let's try to fit in maybe 2 donos if we got them. 2 or 3.
Of course. Amelia donates $25 with no comment. Thank you very much. Chaz donates $15. Thank you for being a friend. And Kitten has $5. Kua was actually Cupcake, but TASBot got hungry after all of its hard work and ate most of the letters.
Oh, poor guy. Okay, so right here you're going to see we're going to do the impulse attack, which is not in the guide. That's just because we're only killing 2 things and we know we need more than 2 items to drop. So it's faster to just impulse and end the battle and continue on. You will maybe see an extra... Yeah, I think it advanced one, so it only got 1 item to drop.
Yep, there was 1 item.
And then we're going to go back to manipulating if something will drop. And here Yuna's taking the escape command for Riku because Riku couldn't do it. Here, we're going to actually do a steal, which advances 1 time. And then Kimari will take the death here to advance it 3 more times to make that 4 advances we needed to make it so that something will drop on a large enemy. So now we're hoping we get another one of those and then we'll advance again. So like this is all just in the background logic that it's trying to decide like how many times do we change this RNG value and how do we do that? And we already know all of those hows. And it's just going through all of those very, very quickly and making those decisions very quickly for us. And that's what's going on here.
If you're a human runner in this section as well, and you're using the RNG tracker that the community has developed, you are kind of looking ahead at this point to see, first of all, if this drop that we're going for is even possible.
Yeah.
And then if it is, you are basically fiddling with the actions that you could take, deaths and steals and item drops and things like that, to basically just try to make the perfect formula so that when you get into the encounter that you want, you get the drop that you want. Sometimes it's possible, sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's fast, but you're kind of doing the same thing, I would say, just not at all the way the TAS is doing it, of course. So
yeah,
we're in a fight now, though. We're in a boss fight.
Oh. Yeah.
I feel like this fight's gonna be really difficult. Do you guys agree?
Tough.
I don't know.
It looks armored. It looks defensive. I think it's going to be hard, but
Kua's bigger though.
Kua's pretty big. Oh, we're done.
Yep, that's it.
Oh.
Oh
Okay.
wow, that was fast. It just kind of fell apart on us.
I also just have to point out, because when I first started doing the run, and I am a very traditional Final Fantasy game player.
I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Yep.
In the console there, we paused for a second, and we printed a bunch of stuff in the console. That is us identifying that we are using the backup strap for this marathon, which is only for the marathon. We're going to remove the code afterwards, but it advanced it in memory intentionally so that we could get into this scenario here where we're ready for the item to drop.
Oh,
It
be quiet
is-
now then. Yep.
It is the only time in this where we intentionally change anything for the game for the marathon's sake. And like I said, we're going to be removing the code afterwards because it will continue to manipulate manually. It can just take up to like 20 minutes if you get really bad manipulation. So that was for marathon safety. That is entirely why we did it, and we will be removing that code. So had to point that out.
We have a few more fights until the encounter that we're looking for comes up. There is a manipulation that can be done by doing like the next couple bosses in a slightly different order. We just haven't done that yet because we are focused on just making things as consistent as possible.
Yep.
Yep.
Cool. 2 more battles that we don't want before we get the guy. How about 2 more donations for those beautiful battles, if you've got them? Otherwise, yeah, let's see what we got.
I've got one.
That'll work.
$25 from Anonymous. No comment. Thank you very, very much.
And how close are we on the incentive?
We're at $2,331, so about $670 to go.
Awesome.
So
So,
I feel like what happened in Altana was just like an edge case that we hadn't come across yet.
yeah.
But anyways, we're about to see one of what most of the RNG tracking has been for is this ghost encounter. The ghosts have the ability to drop peaceful armors, have the no encounters on them.
Oh.
That means that all this time that we've been
What is going on? Characters in position 3, swapping in Riku, swapping in Titus. I'm going to manually make it defend, and I think there's another edge case there that we can... There we go.
that's who we needed.
That's who we need.
except still swapping.
No,
No, come back. We need
I
you.
swear.
I am doing this by hand. This is the perfect run for a GDQ. I mean, we've never GDQ.
RPG limit break.
RPG limit break. We've never seen such a smooth run in the history of speed running.
It's actually quite
Whoa.
impressive how, for like, instance of none type and int. Wow. Okay, so I will say, for like the last 2 weeks, all that we've done is spam this for consistency's sake and reach all the edge cases.
All the edge cases.
But obviously, whenever you show the demo
Okay.
out, everything goes wrong that could go wrong. Anyone that has done any sort of programming needs to present it is exactly what I'm feeling right now.
So I'm just going to manually attack this one, and then we're actually going to move to the next save because we've now backtracked a few times. The next fight is we throw water gems and we win. So it's not difficult and it's not that exciting.
Yep.
But you can see here...
Yeah, but we should be seeing... No, because it was probably supposed to be with like a different kill. Probably.
All right. We're moving on.
Moving on.
Absolutely nothing is wrong and everything is perfect, and we're moving on.
This is part of the skip showcase, right?
Yeah, we're skipping the game, right?
All right. So
It's a speed run. You know, our aim is to play the game as little as possible, right? So we're just showing how computers are, good at that.
So normally there would be a battle
Obviously.
here with 2 Ronsos, but again, it's the easiest battle in the game. You throw 2 items and the battle ends. So we've just because of save files and where we planned on recovering, we are now past that and moving badly. What on earth? Oh my gosh.
Oh,
okay,
man.
we're moving on.
So
Describe
something
the...
that I will say.
Huh.
Sorry, what you were gonna say?
I was going to say, if you can describe the flux, we're going to move just past the flux battle. Because nothing is
sure.
working and everything is terrible and we got to land this run.
Okay, so there's a few things that I'll say. First off, while we have been showing how resilient this is in most cases, we've managed to hit just about every single edge case imaginable that we haven't seen before. But if you are interested in seeing the full run, there are Twitch VODs, there's YouTubes with the TAS, or another plug for the FFX Discord, the Speedrun Discord, and for this TAS Discord, because there's a lot more information there, and you can even run this on your own computer. Everything is open source, so if you want to try this yourself, feel free. But yeah, so we were fighting Seymour again. This would have been the 3rd time, Seymour Flux. It's a really, really aggravating fight casually, but in the speedrun, there's 2 ways that it can go. The first way is that we throw a silence grenade mix, like with Riku, that will silence him. And then we summon Bahamut smashes, Chaos smashes. The Bahamut gets dismissed, and then Yuna and Titus just kind of whack him until he's dead. And here's the first minigame, by the way, which is a lot more difficult than it would seem. But it turns out there's a memory value that tells exactly when we want to throw it.
Yep.
The other way is with the RNG sort of manipulation look ahead is that we can, see when Bahamut is going to be getting a critical hit. And if Bahamut does get that crit, then it means that we don't need to be throwing the silence grenade, and we don't even need to be, or the silence mixture, chaos mixture, whatever it's called. And we also don't need to whack with Yuna or Titus because the crit just one-shots. So it normally is a really good time to sort of show like more of the manipulations and how it affects our strategies because we know what's going to happen. But for the sake of marathon and time, we're just gonna skip past that. And so now this is more mini games, more puzzles. They're not really the most well thought out puzzles, I would say, because the first one is just can you hit this thing at the right time, and the second one there's 3 options and they're all coded to the character.
Yeah.
Color, yeah, and they don't even let you choose for the third one. You just kind of do the first 2, and then, I guess that's the only one left, so I'll go to it.
Waka was really proud of figuring these 2 mini games out, and you just kind of totally hamstrung him. But
Waka shouldn't be proud of anything, honestly. He had Keepa on his team for like 10 years.
Just
I have no
for
faith in
today.
him.
It was all leading up to today. He saw
today.
that kid had potential. Okay. So I think if you haven't noticed by now, it's pretty obvious too. We do have the no encounter armor now.
Yes.
That is what all of that manipulation was leading
Would have
towards.
done.
And the ghost would have dropped it in a perfect
Would
world
have,
on a perfect set seed, and it happens. You know what? It happens. So
Everything
Yeah.
is awesome when you're running this game.
Yeah, so one of the from like our edge cases that we've been running into, there are some RNG setups that are basicable to deal with, and I think that we've just kind of been hitting into a number of those. But yeah, here we go. We got Sanctuary Keeper. The next AM crit is in 92, so we're doing the default strat, which is armor breaking because it lets us do more damage, summoning K, and then smashing. It's something that we're going to be seeing a lot because armor break reduces their defense, which means that we just do more damage. It's really nice. If the Aeon crit says that like we would be doing a crit, we don't need to do the armor break at all because we're just going to deal enough damage to one shot. Yeah. Additionally, if the Aeon crit was at 7 at that point, then we can do a additional strategy to set up a crit on the next boss. But 92, not going to happen. Way too far off.
it's also worth noting because of that no encounter armor, the rest of this run is going to go super fast now.
Very
if
fast.
we want to meet that incentive for the post race to show off the skips, we're gonna be going right to the end of the game now.
I feel like there's the quote that exemplifies that like now is the time to choose. Donate for RPG limit break, or don't get to see the awesome stuff at the end. But really, seriously, now is the time to get it in. We've got probably
about 20 minutes left, I would say.
20 minutes left, so there's not much time left to get us an extra, I think, 12 or 13 minutes of awesomeness.
This is your story, Twitch chat.
It'll end how you want it to.
Now is the time to donate.
I like how.
So we're getting the fortune sphere. So we would. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah,
so
talk about
this
that.
is actually a really interesting part. If you look at the console, you'll see that it says Miss on Unaleska attack number 0. So Bahamut shares a luck stat with Yuna, and because we know how many attacks are going to happen from now on until the end of the game, and we know all the enemies that we are going to be attacking, we can actually figure out by looking ahead with the RNG whether or not we would be missing on Unaleska or the final boss, the Unaleska who's basically the next boss, or on the final boss. If we were to miss any of them, then we have to get that fortune sphere and the luck sphere that's upcoming because we need that additional luck so that we don't have that it's really like a 4% chance to miss, but we know that it's going to happen. And by getting the additional bit of luck, we guarantee that it doesn't happen. However, if when doing the look ahead, we say like, oh, hey, none of our things are going to miss, then we just know ahead of time that we don't need to pick up that sphere.
Oh, that's
or even the one that's upcoming either. So it's just free time save and it's free gridding save as well. Just another way that we can, look at the RNG and figure out what we need to do or not.
Yeah, and that looks, I want to say,
Which is really
like about five battles, so like 8 or 9 advances in the future, as far as like, okay, this advance is a boss that won't miss, and just because there's no possible way. And so we're going to skip that one, and the same for this one. Okay, the Unalesca, okay, yeah, that one, 3 attacks, will any of those miss? If any of them miss, that's what we're doing here. And then it looks ahead again, another bunch of battles, and then, okay, well, we miss on this attack. And it's crazy how far ahead we can look in the game, knowing exactly how many times it's going to roll that RNG and see what happens. So, pretty awesome.
Yep. And like mentioned before, we're doing it on sort of a small-ish scale, where it's more or less local to certain areas.
Yeah.
But one of the things that we were planning to do, and if anybody wants to help out with this, feel free, is to try to expand it out so that it does things sort of from the beginning of the game and figures everything out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The most ambitious one we tried was for the Thunderstrike, looking all the way from back when we had Riku, almost a third of the game forward to see if it would drop, and never quite got that one working. But that's still out there to be done. But that would be crazy, like looking a third of the game ahead to see if stealing one extra time would change something so significantly.
Well, in that part of the game, you don't have as many tools to manipulate the RNG because Riku's just in your party for such a short period of time. Like, you would almost want to do it, or you would almost need to do it that way, I should say. So, yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing to think about for sure.
I also just realized, because of where the save was, we missed out on of the menus, which is the customized menu.
Yes, very true.
Yeah. So one of the things that we did after one of the boss fights, the first boss fight that we skipped, Biran and Yankee, is depending on what they drop can vastly affect what you do for the rest of the run, because they can drop either 4 return spheres, 4 friend spheres, or 2 of each. And what it does is it basically just affects how you grid for the rest of the game. But right afterwards, we go into the customized menu, which is something that we've had for a long time when Riku joined the party, but we never used, which lets us add abilities onto weapons. So just like we have the Sonic Seal, which gives us First Strike, we would have been able to give First Strike to both Yuna and Auron, which is going to be really important for later. The way that the task does the menu is so incredibly fast, you cannot tell what is going on.
It would have been a great one to show off, yeah.
Yeah, it's my favorite menu that I programmed. But unfortunately, Keepa did Keepa things. Yep. So this is the last of the trials, the Xanarkin trial. It's a giant game of Tetris, more or less. We're just kind of walking on all but we've got like 45 seconds to a minute if there's anything you want to say.
Yep.
Absolutely. $100 donation from Gramora. Blaming Waka is solid life advice that I fully endorse. Loving this run.
True.
$5 from an anonymous donor with no comment.
Thank you.
$25 from Softnum. Isn't it funny how the code knows when it's sprint review day?
Anybody that's not a programmer won't get that as well, but yes, those are the worst.
That's cute.
Yeah, that's basically what's happening here.
Give us one more, maybe 2 more.
Sure. $25 from Ghost Fox 007. This has been an amazing run to watch. Cupcake smash all. Cupcake strongest there is.
All right, so
There'll
right
always be
here,
a cupcake in our hearts.
right here, I want to show off
And our stomach.
This is where the movement tech shines the brightest, is because we're going to walk right between 2 of the dots on the floor that you cannot touch. And if you touch it, you have to start over on that one. And it's going to come up right here, and it's going to like move towards it, and then juke left, and then move again. So be ready for that right here. Here we come, and juke, and straight between them. Every time. I have not yet seen that one fail for any reason. So that's how precise we can get with the movement, and it's really cool. And it's very easy to program it that way too.
Yeah.
To do that movement with such precision. It's literally just telling it, well, XY coordinate here, XY coordinate here. Great, do that movement.
I'm really happy that you said you've never seen it fail after it succeeded.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the waiting on that. That was good. But no, also in all seriousness, we've been talking about, things haven't all gone maybe the way they planned, but like the TAS has done 99% of the things correct that it was designed to do. And with a game, again, this complex and with this much stuff going on, it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
just want to focus on that and, focus on the positive and how well it's doing.
I would be curious to get the opinion on how long it would take for a human runner to reach this point where pretty much everything is correct other than like the occasional game over for a reason you can't control. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I'm just thinking about it in my mind.
I find it ironic that you said this is where it shines the brightest when there are no lights in the room.
True.
But yeah. So we've got another boss fight here. This is the Sanctuary Keeper, or sorry, Spectral Keeper rather. It's really kind of annoying because they have Sanctuary Keeper immediately followed by Spectral Keeper.
Yeah.
And it's the same like letters.
It's hard to keep track of.
Yeah, getting a crit here would be really nice, but we already know that it's not going to happen because it's in another 75, the 79 rather.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna attack twice.
Oh
Yeah.
look, we're fully charged on the overdrive. We're never going to use.
Yay!
Punching faster, though.
Punching is much faster than
Yeah.
overdriving.
Something I was
Yeah.
going to just quickly mention earlier was just about the damage cap for the Aeons, because I think a lot of us who have played a lot of Final Fantasy games are very used to the cap being 9999.
Yep.
And I believe in 10 it is the Aeons and the Celestial weapons, or like the ultimate weapons for the characters that can break that cap, and they can actually go all the way up to 99999.
Yes.
And even when you play
Yeah.
this game casually, you tend to not really see 5-digit numbers. And when I first started speedrunning this, it absolutely blew my mind that you could do that much damage in a single attack. So
Yeah, it's a misunderstood mechanic actually, because the Aeons actually get that extra 9 on there. When you get that destruction sphere, that special thing, that's what unlocks that extra digit. But we always get the destruction sphere because it's forced as part of the route for the Bavel trials, and not a lot of people know that. That's why Bahamut always always has the ability to break it, because we're forced to get the destruction sphere. If you go back later and do the destruction sphere, or do it in the pathing, you can in theory get it for the other Aeons as well, but it's based on that destruction
See,
sphere
I
that
didn't
nobody
even know that. Gosh.
nobody really talks about, because we're speedrunning and destruction spheres are slow. But yeah, it's because Bavel forces us to do that one that we get that.
That was
So
what
that's,
I know.
we learned something
Yeah,
new.
I did.
So this is Unaleska. This is Unaleska here. She's kind of like the end of all the summoning. She's the one that would turn actually one of the companions into the final summoning, which is how Jack became Sin eventually. But Yuna and Co are just like, no, because as Aaron said, this is our story and we want to choose. So we're just gonna take Bahamut and hit her 3 times and then she dies. The very first attack of this is the one that would have missed if we didn't get the Lucker and the Fortune Sphere.
Yeah.
So that's cool. One of the things that would be really nice that I do not know if it's going to happen is she can drop Zombie Strike weapons, which will save some time later in the run. But and it is something that you can manipulate, but it's not something that we currently manipulate, and because everything is blind here, we don't know if it's going to happen.
Don't even know.
Yep.
It will not be a game over, though. At this point, I don't think there are any scenarios where we expect a game over if something goes wrong. I think we're past that point. Here we go. Survey says it dropped. Oh, I missed
Armor.
it.
It was
No
armor.
Blessed Arm Guard.
Yeah. So I guess
Yeah.
Titus is learning Zombie
And
Strike maybe.
Even in the console here, you'll see it say Zombie Strike 255. That means that no character got it. If any character had gotten a weapon that has that Zombie Strike ability, that character's number would show up there. So for Titus, it's 0. For Yuna, it's 1. So on for everyone. And that's why that shows up there so that not only can we see it in the game, we can see it in the console if we have to go back and watch it later.
Yeah, that's also means the last time that we actually touch a save sphere for the rest of the run. After we leave this place, we're gonna go back on the airship, and it's kind of the spot where the game really opens up. You can go back, visit old areas, do Nemesis or penance stuff or whatever you want. But the first time that you would touch a save sphere, it's going to tell you can board the airship and do all this stuff. And that's just extra pop-ups that we don't want to. So we just never touch a save sphere. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Never going to need it again.
Yep.
And here we're going to do some moving through the airship. This is, it's going to seem weird, and we're going to go up and down and up and up and up. Like five times we'll walk through this airship, and it's going to seem weird, but the intent here is that we're following the same path that you would follow if the cutscene remover was not removing all the exposition that we were seeing in the game.
Yeah, pretty much every run through the airship, there is some sort of 2 or 3 minute cutscene that's being removed that explains, like, it's moving the story forward. And so the end result is we kind of just run back and forth through the airship over and over again. It's always a little bit obnoxious when you're running this cutscene remover, but it is what it is. So
it's part of the game, and it didn't want to be removed from the game, so here it is.
I must thank.
But yeah, I think we're going to do a fair bit of running still, so shall we see if anything
I was just about to ask.
Beautiful.
$50 from an anonymous donor. Is a skip showcase better than a skip sandwich?
it's a tough one.
I've got $50 from Miria. Here are 50 meows for a good cause. Heart.
Awesome.
Thank you, Maria.
$100 from Type Error that says, less than sign not supported between instances of none type and int.
No! Thank you for your donation, but no, why have you done this to us?
And Dona Ithnan has $20. What? You think I'm just going to stand there and take it? We're coming up on the end of this run, though, and we're still just a little bit short for that Final Fantasy X Skip Showcase. We need about $279 more.
We can do it.
Come on, Final Fantasy fans! If you've got any spare change, now would be a really, really good time to throw that at us.
I see your pun, and I kind of hate it.
Yes.
But also I agree.
So why don't we try this? I can't see how many people are in chat, but if everybody in chat donated the $1, I'm saying we might make it.
I'm gonna make a guess. There's more than 200 some people in chat right now. but still do it. Yeah. But still, everybody donate. Let's get this, and let's get a lot more money for Nami. Let's go. Yep.
Yeah. So, plot-wise, we're kind of doing the final battle for Sin right now. Sin has a wound on him that we're trying to aggravate so that we can effectively crash land into him and defeat Yu Yevon, who's buried in and controlling Jack, making him the Sin that's destroying everything. It's kind of really complicated and out there, and there's a ton of plot that's just been completely missed. But, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense. You're just not seeing any of it now.
It's very much something, something, final boss, something, something, smash.
Yeah, more or less. This is actually another reason why Bahamut is so good. That is Sin right now is ranged, which means it wouldn't be able to hit it normally. But Bahamut just so happens to have a ranged attack, so makes things go rather nicely. You can just keep on using him. This is another fight. There's nothing to it. We're just gonna, impulse and win.
Yeah.
Pretty easy here.
I'm gonna say we are gonna be over our estimate.
Yeah, there's about like 10-ish minutes left or so.
Yeah,
I would say.
Right about that 5-minute over mark. So, don't worry. We have a plan for this. It's called that we were ahead when we started by about 10 minutes, so it's perfect. Nothing is wrong.
We're just trying to get the marathon back on track.
Back on track. That's right. Stick to the schedule is something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, usually we try to get back on track the other way, but it works out.
Yeah, this only became a coding in real time kind of a marathon as opposed to a speed running. I apologize for that.
Everybody loves a good code jam. It's okay. A couple more runs through the airship here, and
we'll
be in the final dungeon. No more encounters as well, of course, too. So, yep, we're going to be zipping right through.
Yep.
Okay.
There was actually a funny bug for a really long time where Titus would just always talk to that character for some reason. He just really wanted to talk to that character on the left side.
Yeah, that was my fault. I may be the reason of that bug. But anyway, more running through the airship.
We teleported back and now we gotta run there again?
Thanks, cutscene remover.
Jeez.
Titan, I want to say I have a number of shout-outs that I want to do. Do we want to do that before, like now, while we're doing a bunch of
I think we can do it while we're running the next fight.
That's a good idea.
So,
like right this fight while we're in the inside, and we've got that there.
yeah, this fight is uninteresting. You hit it a few times. Okay, so I'm going to call a few thank yous and shout-outs to a number of people that have been instrumental and valuable to this project. So, it's a long list, so here we go, and any applause hold until the end. It'll be obvious when it's the end. First, and number one on this thank yous is Blue Aurora, my beautiful co-couch commentator here, who has been very valuable to the project, mostly for putting up with me for 3 years. Just everything that is unpacked by that. Also, Mr. Titan, who is remote commentary for us tonight for code contributions, reviews, improvements, general project support, also for writing the guide that everybody uses on this run, these things and many more. I want to call out Crimson Inferno, the current world record holder for this category, who wrote a number of battle logic for some bosses and consulted many times on the project. Call out Gray Fox for research documentation, RNG, manipulation, and the tracker. Call out Rossi and Peppy, who are our primary hunters to figure out where things are in memory and what they do. Those guys are amazing. I think that they're wizards. All of the authors that aren't mentioned here that did the cutscene remover and the RTA speedrunning community as a whole. Huge community, hugely awesome. Now's a great time to get in touch with them. You're one of those. Thank you.
It's been very nice being a part of this. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Switching communities, want to call out the TASBot community for convincing me to take this past generation one and write my own code after I had already been doing it for 14 months and was blown out on the project. Shout out to those guys and being generally supportive and assisting with some codes in the early stages. Within, I have a lot, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Within that community, calling out Dwango AC, the keeper of TASBot, for taking the time to steer the ship on the project as it compares to traditional TAS, and for hosting the first tech demo that we did last year. Huge shout out to him and the Axeman for many of the same reasons, also from the TASBot community. Again, Inverted, we've mentioned him a few times from the TASBot community for writing the movement tech we use through the whole run, and especially around the egg hunt that we are going to see soon. Specific to the TAS effort, want to call out Shenif for code cleanup and file reorganization. He is still working on that, and he is doing an amazing job. Call out Glacier Wolf for the massive QA effort he has done. aka, he's the guy that keeps putting treadmills on my code, and I hate him and I love him, and it's great. But shout out to him. There have been a few other people that have participated with the QA effort. I'm getting winded just going through all this. Special thank you to the RPG Limit Break staff and volunteers and all the effort that goes into this project. And it's amazing for accepting our project in this event despite how horrible it's gone. Don't worry about it. It's probably fine. And finally, for general support from my family, my friends, the audience today, both in person and online, and so many other people. This is a project of passion for me, and there were a number of times when the passion ran dry. It has been through the encouraging responses of so many people that has continued to fuel the project to the state it has reached today. So for everyone that has made today possible for this project, both in person and otherwise, please give a huge round of applause. All right, now I can't breathe, so somebody else talk for a bit.
You and Seymour both.
So that was Seymour again. For the last time this time, though, thankfully.
I'm a little newer.
Seymour's been...
I'll just make my couple shout outs really quickly as we're running through the city here. I want to specifically thank the makers of the cutscene remover, because
Yes.
that really allowed me to get into this game as an actual run that I could just go home and do after work, as opposed to
Planning
any
a whole
percent.
day, yeah.
Yep. Flobber, Sereth, Crimson Inferno, Rusta, Bad Intruder, and Peppy are the main creators of the cutscene remover, with a lot of help and community support. So thank you so much to all of them.
Let's give those guys a hand too, because that makes this so much more runnable.
Yep. It's just a really exciting time to be an RPG speedrunner right now, because this game has a cutscene remover. There are other games that have cutscene removers, or they're being actively worked on, and I have no doubt that this is the kind of run that you will continue to see in charity marathons. Maybe, from human runners, maybe more TAS runners as well in the future, depending on the game. But it's a really, really exciting time to be a Final Fantasy speedrunner right now. I told myself at the beginning of the year, my New Year's resolution was to learn a Final Fantasy vanilla speedrun, because
Nice.
I've been a randomizer player more often than not, especially with this series. I picked 10 because this is my favorite game, and when I got into the route, I loved it so much. It was one of the coolest runs I had ever seen. And then I happened to pick it, and then like 2 weeks later, the cutscene remover got released publicly. So I picked a really good time to get into this run, and it has been so much fun to be a part of this community for the last year, the last year or so. So thank you to everybody who's always been very welcoming, very supportive. In my chat, if I screw up, they're like, "You did this wrong." I'm like, "Cool, I won't do that again." So thank you, everybody.
So I'm just going to mention the egg hunt here. We probably aren't going to spend much time talking about it, and it's actually going really poorly, but that's fine. Targeting egg is the
Wow,
keyword
that
of
was
the
so
day.
unlucky.
But if you want to know more about this one, we talked about this pretty extensively last year at one of the 2 runs we did. And I'm going to say go check out that VOD if you want to see how, what went into this. But we're moving on. I would like to...
We're at the final boss now.
I got a request on my chat that we formally change the name or the category from any percent CSR AI-TAS set seed to AI-TAS, random mess. If we can do that, please. That would more accurately represent what's going on here today. Because set seed is no longer applicable.
So we're at the final part of the run now. The seed hunt was like a bit unlucky. Usually you can do really well at dodging everything, but there were some really bad spawns of the crystals, but oh well.
It is what it is.
And this is kind of like the last menu that we do.
Yep.
This is the last menu that we do. We're just, we're getting Yuna a bit more stats. We're getting our spare change because it's going to be really useful later. And because we didn't get a zombie weapon, we have to teach we have to teach blank laughs. We have to teach blank laughs zombie strike, because we're going to need it for the final boss. Or zombie attack, rather. And now we're going to fight dear old daddy dearest. Or good old daddy dearest, I guess.
Spoiler alert, he's kind of our dad.
Yeah. He's been our dad the whole time. This is Braska's final Aeon. There's like a few different ways that the fight can go, and if you miss any of the agility spheres, you kind of have to rely on luck, and depending on what attack he does. But something that we did sort of at the beginning of the Inside Sin was make sure that Riku was fully charged. And again, we could do that by looking at what encounters were going to show up and knowing that, like, oh yeah, this is a good encounter that I want to take in order to do it.
Yep.
We did that because we need to silence Braska's final Aeon and just like do a little bit more damage so that things actually all work out. Other than that, this part's going to be Bahamut Smash, 3 times until it's dead.
Yep.
Ideally, we get Eject Beam because that's the fastest that it can go. But yeah.
TBD on that.
The last part's really cool.
Yeah.
There's very little time left though, so if people want to see the glitch exhibition,
How are we doing on that?
Or the skip.
Well, I've got a very exciting announcement.
Ooh.
We've met the $3,000 for the Final Fantasy X Skip Showcase, so we will be seeing that after this run is over.
Wonderful.
Nice.
Thank you so much to
very
everyone
much.
who donated.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very
And
much.
this would be a good time to get in a few of those donations while we're finishing up this fight.
Absolutely. $50 from Grimora with no comment. Thank you very much. $1 from Anonymous. Toss a gill to your coder. $1.
I think that's a reference to a YouTube video that I saw recently. Give some bits to your drummer. which is a fantastic video.
That's a Witcher reference.
Well, maybe that's where the video I saw came from. Anyway, give us a few more.
$1 from Dream Tuning that has a heart. $5 from MK Bunny. $5 train, anyone? Let's go. And $25 from Cyber Dwarf. I have many friends who have struggled with mental health, and I want to help an organization that wants to help people with their mental health.
Nice. All right, and we're going to take it
All
back
right,
here.
so,
Go ahead, Titan.
the final boss. One of the things plot-wise that happens is whenever the Sin is defeated, Yevon will take over whatever the final summoning is in Michelle and sort of deal with it like that. There is no final summoning here, so instead, all of the beautiful Aeons that we've been accumulating throughout our run, who've been helping us the entire time, all the way from Chicken to K to Cat to Nami and RPG Limit Break, we kind of have to defeat them now.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they kind of are a bit difficult to defeat, but you know the perfect way to solve anything, including what this marathon is for, is you just kind of throw money at it. That tends to resolve most of your problems.
Yep. And talk about how much money we're throwing here, because that was all you.
Yeah, so the ability that we picked up in the last menu is Spare Change, which deals 10 times, or for every 10 gil you throw, it deals 1 damage. Normally, what human runners will do is they just round up to the nearest 10,000, and you usually have enough gil in order to do it. But we're a TAS. We have really fast inputs. We can just look exactly how much HP that they have and throw exactly enough gil in order to do it. And we also do it with the optimized number of inputs, so that like it just goes really quickly, and it's really cool to watch.
You'll see it a
so
few
we did,
times.
you know, 1771 damage to Shiva. We're gonna, or not to Shiva, to Chicken.
Chicken. No.
And then
there it is again.
we're gonna throw some money at Nami.
Nami, no. Take my money.
Everybody throw
Yeah,
Nami.
and so-
Everybody throw their money at Nami.
Throw your money at Nami. It's a good way to deal with all the problems. But yeah, so technically what we're doing here is we're reading the memory of however much HP the opponent has and doing the math from there.
Yeah.
However, because we know how much stats Yuna has, we could have actually calculated ahead of time and just done that in like an RTA run. But for humans, it's a lot slower to put in all those individual inputs. So, yeah.
Yeah. So normally.
And here we go with. Yep.
So
Here we go with Ket. Thank you, oh noble steed.
Let's go, Ke. So yeah, we actually have a flag that's either true or false that says, "Are we using swag strats?" And swag strats is to get the money exactly right. Slow strats, or sorry, speed strats is to round up. But we have a flag that switches between the two that we just changed at the start of the run, and it will go full swag mode on us, which is what we're doing here today.
I'm impressed.
Thank you.
Very impressed.
Titan gets a lot of credit for this one because he programmed this function to do this thing. So
Yeah, I was really happy just spending the time on this one because it's just fun to watch.
yeah.
So I feel like it's a good way to end a run by showing off what the task can do,
Yeah.
even if it didn't want to agree with us for most of this.
We are about a minute away from time, so just start to get that finger on the time button. Not quite there yet. We got to go through. Is this Nami? No, this is RPGLB. One of them.
This one's RPGLB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
No, this one is Nami. This one is Nami.
This one's Nami.
I messed it up before. Ifrit was RPGLB.
throw your money at Nami.
Yeah.
And then Bahamut, whatever we named him. Cupcake. Cupcake, no. And then the time will be the boss after that. I will call it for you, or whoever's doing it. I'm gonna say let's get in one more.
Yeah, you can also
quickie.
in the console. In the console, you can see like for each of the tens values, like for each rather like the 0th value, the 1th value, etc. Exactly what number we need to set it to so that it'll do enough gil.
Yep. All right, one quick donut.
You'll see that there's a 7 there. That's because if we scroll down, it'll actually decrement the previous one. So it optimize inputs and all that stuff.
Sure, I've got $20 from Demon RHK. We'll fix it in production % is lit. In all seriousness,
Oh, that would have been so much better.
in all seriousness, this has been amazing to watch. Great job to all involved. 100% agreed.
Thank you. This is the last spare change. and then we move on to the final. I'm going to throw out one quick thing we saw in testing is that we actually went from the start of the game to the end of the game just doing testing without ever picking up an Aeon, and it does a funny thing where like Yuna just stands there ready to summon her first Aeon and then does nothing. and then we move on. So that was a funny thing. All right. Zombie attack.
Yep.
Then Phoenix down, and then I will call it. Here's a quick Kiraga. All right, get ready, and time.
Time.
Great job.
All right, so that is the game. The task is going to try to continue running until we can actually end all of the post-game stuff and then load the autosave. But because we are short on time, we're going to kill this here. Let me actually control the right computer and go straight to the straight into
Incentive.
the incentive. And let me go ahead and kill it. In the background, you can see that is the cutscene remover that's been hiding back there the entire time. Line this up again for our beautiful, there we go. All right. I think we are already ready to go. Do we need anything in between before we go straight? Can we go straight into this? Go straight.
I think you're all set.
Beautiful. All right. So, get ready for some skips and then a surprise at the end. Here we go. Fingers crossed this works perfectly every time. Oh, actually, let's not do that because the first thing I have to do is turn off the cutscene remover. Otherwise, it won't work.
Yep. So I'm going to go a bit into how the skips work.
Yeah, go for it.
So in Final Fantasy X, if you're not playing with the cutscene remover, in the overworld, there's a lot of effectively trigger lines. And what normally happens is you cross a trigger line, it will trigger the cutscene and lock your character into that and disable your controls. The flag for disabling your control over the character is incremented, set to true when the cutscene starts and set to false when the cutscene ends, and that's what gives you back control. However, it turns out that the flag is also set if you're ever talking to anybody. And it is then set back to false when that conversation finishes. So a way that most of the skips are going to be working here is we're going to get very close to a load line. We're going to enter a conversation and then have somebody push us over the trigger line, rather, and start the cutscene. So then we've got two instances of setting this control flag to true, or this you cannot control Titus flag to true.
Yeah.
And then when we end the first conversation, it's going to set that flag back to false, which means that we can now control Titus, and therefore we can just continue on with running through the cutscene. So what you're going to see is the cutscene is still going to be playing, but the minimap's going to appear on the top left, and we can just keep on running through and go to the next map. It's going to look really weird, but that's the general gist of it.
Yeah.
The first one that we're doing here is called Mihen Skip. It's actually the most difficult out of the four, because especially in the HD remaster version, which is what we're playing on, the hitbox for the guy that we have to talk to is incredibly tiny.
Yeah.
And it's really close to the cutscene line.
Yeah.
But since we have this is not the cutscene that we're trying to skip. Just
this one's fine. This one's fine.
Compared to sin,
yeah.
But I believe humans.
We've also if you look at the top left, we've removed the encounters just to make it all go faster.
Yeah, so that's something we can do. We can do in memory. We don't do it for the normal run, but just since we're showcasing this here, the encounters just get in the way and take a little extra time. So we turn those off. It'll go nice and fast. That's just for this one. So here we're going to walk up to very, very close to that line that he talked about where it would engage the next conversation. Do a little stutter stepping just to get in the right spot. We're now there. And so now what we're looking for is to see his dialogue show up a second time here. There it is. So we got it. Now hold on. So now we're going to start moving now that we've got control. And you're just going to see Titus just running off into the background, just casually like surfing his way.
I am Luna.
just
I am
you know what? This is normal. This is how, games were meant to be played. All right, so now we're going to move into the second one, which should be the.
Autosalon, right?
No, that'll be.
Oh,
the
no. This is Classico skip.
This
Yeah.
Classico, yep.
Yep.
Yep. So this one's the easiest to perform out of them all, but it's actually really interesting because it skips much more than just this one cutscene.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to see it, but because of the way that Final Fantasy X sets story progression flags, doing this skip actually disables like 2 more cutscenes later that save even more time.
Yeah.
So it's really interesting in that aspect. Again, this is not the cutscene that we're trying to skip because we're just kind of forced into this one when we get onto the map.
Yeah, this is kind of just the
and
setup to get there, is that we have to go through this to get to that.
Yeah, and this is where Waka gets really upset at Seymour for using Machina.
So yeah, this will be the lines where pretend you didn't see it, pretend I didn't say it. That's what we were referencing earlier.
I've got.
And that's storyline, exposition, dialogue. Who needs
Sahara
these?
must-
Not,
This-
not
We're
speedrunners.
speedrunners.
Yeah. In all seriousness, this is one of
Please.
my favorite storylines of any game I've ever played. So that's why I keep coming back to it. Between that and the music and the gameplay is easy to get into.
the
It's
Crusaders-
a fantastic game.
This operation.
So if you've never played this game,
Although it may
pick it
be
up on
sac-
Steam and support Square for
as a
making more
denizen
good
of-
content. Excluding Final Fantasy 15, that does not count as good content.
Ooh, hot takes. Oh,
Oh,
boy.
hot takes.
I don't know about that.
Okay, Final Fantasy 15 base game.
From the
The
first
storyline there just did not work.
but you know.
That's where I'm coming from. there.
Anyway, let's
Here we go.
just move on. We got the skip here.
Yep.
Let's not start any flame wars in chat.
So how this skip is going to work, I'll go ahead and just describe this one, is that we're going to try to get wedged up behind this top guy here and then turn just down and left. It works. We're now actually talking to the guy at the bottom who is saying stay alert during your trip, etc. Now the guy at the top, he's not talking to us. He can continue on his normal patrol route. So he's actually going to push us straight up into this next cutscene. Now we've gained control. We still have encounters because we're still moving around, but the cutscene is effectively paused in the background.
Oh yeah, we're gonna game over.
That
No,
would
okay.
suck. So yeah, the
That would have been
cutscene
hilarious.
is still trying to play in the background, but it's paused. Now we're gonna heal. Now it's gonna continue. So Classico's talking to
Excuse me,
Yuna, and
Lady
Titus is
Summoner
just
Yuna?
running off into the distance again. Like this. So that's 2 for 2. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you-
That one's actually really it's really easy to do, but navigating afterwards is really annoying because your camera and the control sticks are just completely messed up.
Camera is your enemy
I was
for
just
sure.
I was just gonna say for these, if you lose sight of Titus, just watch the mini map. You'll see him doing his
Yeah.
thing on there.
And then you'll try to send him a direction, and he'll go the entire wrong way because the camera's in the wrong spot, and it's weird. All right, so this is going to be the third
Yeah.
one. This is Guado Salam, and this was, I think, the first skip that I ever saw was this one. Yeah, how are we setting this one up?
Yeah. So this one is pretty interesting. There's a few cutscene stuff that we have to get through first, but effectively we're actually making use of multiple people in here. We're first off going to start by talking to a person who's running because we just need to delay their movement by a bit.
What do you think about
Then we're going to run in front of a shop, set up at just the right spot, and well, you'll see what happens. But yeah, we just got to kind of get through these cutscenes first.
Is that okay?
Guado.
Interestingly enough, the character that you're talking to here, if you're playing the game normally, can change depending on affection levels.
Ooh.
In the speedrun, usually you see Riku here.
The affection is a whole mini game that's hidden behind the scenes and hard to see, but yep.
Yeah, it's also not something that's relevant for CSR percent because affection basically, for the purpose of the speedrun, only affects cutscenes, and we just skip those. So.
I don't know.
One of my favorite dialogues. You're kind of like, "Hey Riku, I kind of like you," and then she's like, "Huh?" and then jumps off a bridge. just full yeet mode. Like,
So we're talking to her because it's going to delay her movement by a bit. We've got the runner coming around, and we're going to position right in front of this door. Now, if we were to go into the door, it would trigger a cutscene with Kamari.
Yep.
But instead, we're now going to talk to the runner. She's going to keep on walking very rudely, just pushing us right in between our conversation into the door, and then we just kind of like slide away.
All the way to
that
the
actually
Thunder
saves a
Plains.
lot more time. All the way to Thunder Plains.
You
It actually
actually-
saves like a lot of time because there's normally a Guado blocking that, and you'd have to go and do another cutscene and then see the Thunder tutorial. But because we just kind of glitch our way there, we miss all of it.
Yep.
And this is the last skip. This one's Jiskel skip. We start off by talking to Trommel just to get the shell charge, which we don't need at all. We just need to
Get the dialogue.
change
out
the
of the way.
dialogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there
And
it is.
then we talk to him and turn, and
couldn't be happier, even
there
if
we
it was
go.
my own
Yep.
Run right through.
Beautiful. 4 for 4. Everyone give a clap for full success.
And we've got the special one coming up right
Yeah.
soon.
We did this showcase a year ago for, I think it was, what was that? Oh,
I
wow,
don't
my
remember
memory
the
is
name.
failing. But we did this 4 years ago and we got 1 for 4. So this is a huge success that we got 4 for 4 today. And then, of course, the new skip was skipping past that Sandragora plant that we showed earlier in the run. That is brand new as of a few months ago, I think it is. And so, but that one is part of the route, so we didn't add it to the showcase here. So we're going to reset one more time. And here's what we're going to show you now is this is something that happened in testing. And it's as we're trying to figure out what's in memory and how to see it. One of the ways we do that is to change it in memory and see what happens. So I'm going to turn this on so we don't have to watch a super long scene about Yuna being... oh, that was not what I meant to do. Okay. And so again, this is not something that you would encounter during the run. This was entirely something that happened in testing, but it was just so ridiculously funny that I had to show it for you guys tonight. It was one of those last things like, what else can we show? What can we add for the incentive to happen? And we were like, yeah, this has to be in. So we're going to get into the fight with the Chocobo Eater. This is the same one that we tried to manipulate earlier, and we actually got it, but then we reset, and it didn't matter. Probably fine. So normally when you're in a fight, you have no control over how your characters move around on the map. But here's the cool thing, is when you're testing in memory and trying to find something that you couldn't find before, you can actually just change where something is in memory. And so now it would be really rude if we made him run all the way back here. So we're just going to send Titus off to go get him.
Oh, he's coming.
He's going to get you. And now he does his ability, now that he's all the way back. But yeah, that's just some of the fun that we have while we're trying to figure out this incredibly complex game and process. So thank you guys so much for having us, and we're super happy that this was such a success / failure. But yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, back over to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much for everything. Coder Wilson, that was Final Fantasy X AI-TAS, not quite set seed. And this is going to be the end of my hosting session. Once again, my name has been Some Diener, and I hope that you've enjoyed RPG Limit Break the last few hours, and I hope that you will continue to enjoy RPG Limit Break all week. I'm going to be sending things over to our next host, Musical Daredevil, and our next run, Earthbound Ancient Cave Race. So don't go anywhere.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to RPG Limit Break 2022. Thank you very much, SUM Diener, for hosting that previous run and all of that task randomness. Those random runs are extremely challenging to host because you never know what's going to happen. Anything could happen. You could have a break for donations at any time. Who knows? But now, I'm going to host a randomizer. In fact, I'm going to be hosting the Earthbound randomizer race by our next two runners, so definitely get very hyped for that, because I have no idea when my donation breaks are going to be. For those of you who have just joined us, RPG Limit Break 2022 is here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization, whose work is focused around three pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. What does that mean? Well, awareness. NAMI drives the national conversation around mental health from coast to coast and across all demographics, having appeared in major media more than any other mental health organization in 2021. 24,000 earned media articles in top-tier outlets including NPR, CBS News, CNN, and the BBC. And while we are waiting for our Earthbound randomizer race to get set up, let's get to some of your donations. We have a $25 donation from Nightflyer. Thank you very much for that donation. No comment. We have $50 from Gearless Robot. After trying and failing for years to get Mother 3 into the marathon, I'm going to try to get the closest possible thing to Mother 3 into the marathon. We have $20 from Aurelia. Earthbound Dargans. Let's go! Alright everyone, some of you may have seen in our tracker that we have a number of incentives for Earthbound. Well, we are actually closing those now, so if you have any last minute donations, especially for that Bubble Monkey incentive, or for any of those names, get your donations in right now, because we are about to close those incentives. Oh, sorry, the names are actually still open. We will be having those open during the run. It's actually the sprites. I misspoke there. So the sprites, if you want to get those donations in for the sprites or for the Bubble Monkey, get them in right now because we are about to close those. And while we're in the process of closing those and you get your last minute donations in, we are going to throw it to a quick word from our sponsors. Alright, welcome back to RPG Limit Break 2022. We are coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, and also remotely, like in my case. We are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, which was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illness, and NAMI has maintained that focus to this day. We are still getting set up for our Earthbound randomizer race, which will specifically be the Ancient Cave category. And it looks like we have actually closed our bid war for the names as well for Earthbound, but if you are looking for some other bid wars, we have many others you can contribute to, specifically for our next run after the Earthbound randomizer, Advanced Dungeons & Dragons Pool of Radiance. You can name all 5 of the characters, the 4 heroes, and the baggage character. We currently just have one name in there, Violet, but if you have any other names you would like to donate for in that incentive, you can certainly feel free to contribute your name as well. We also have an incentive for a bonus New Game Percent run that you can donate to. I've raised $25. That is a $500 incentive, so if you would like to see that bonus run after the next run, Pool of Radiance, then make sure you get your donations in for that, and you add in that incentive to your donation. You can also put your donation towards more than one incentive, for instance, the Small Broken City glitch, which would also be happening after Pool of Radiance. We've raised $15 out of $250 for that one. We have a $20 donation from Plastics, who says, I made these sprites, so you better use them. Amazing work, Plastics. Thank you so much for making those sprites for us. We also have a $25 donation from Grimora. No comment, but thank you very much. We have $15 from Jaunty. Andy and Temple have both destroyed me in races for Earthbound. Let's see them use my favorite sprites. Thank you for being friends. Good luck, boys. We also have a $220 donation from Grimora. Looking forward to putting a packet of ketchup on my trash can burger, stealing cookies from crows, and our hero Buzz Buzz to save the day in Earthbound. Alright, everyone, got a few more donations for you. We have $10 from Nazarian. Thank you very much for that donation. We also have $50 from Binskits. Aw yeah, RPG Limit Break. We also have an anonymous $25 donation. Thank you very much for that donation. As well as a $20 donation from Danky Kang. We have $20 from Ashamed Elephant. Always love an Earthbound run. Hope everyone is having a good time. We have a $50 donation from Donathan. You can't understand how this feels. How this feels. And that was actually a quote from Undertale, and it was to name our player Sans. But I believe we might actually be closing that incentive fairly soon as well, since we are actually going to have to name our player fairly early on in the run. But you can certainly feel free to donate to our Pool of Radiance names if you would like to donate Sans for one of those names as well for the next run.